Good afternoon, IT. Can you please tell me if you can hear me, as I've been struggling with my mic on the platform? Appreciate that, Steve Swart.
Mr. Swart, we can hear you clearly.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Tanya.
Tanya, can you hear me?
Hi, Mario, loud and clear.
Platform, can you hear me? Speakers mic 1, 2.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Remember specifics?
1 year. We went to jail first.
Recording in progress.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
there will now be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honourable members, you will recall that during questions to ministers in the social services cluster, certain questions stood over in terms of Rule 144.1. These questions will be taken today in terms of Rule 138.5. Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will be added to today's question time for this purpose, as provided for in terms of Rule 138.5b. I have also been informed that the Minister of Basic Education is not available to answer questions today. The Minister has requested that the questions stand over in terms of Rules 144.1a and 144.2. The scheduling of a date for the questions will be done in consultation with the Programme Committee. I thank you. Honourable members, the only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 2, Social Services. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognised by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Letsie to the Minister of Higher Education. The question is, given the damage at the University of Fort Hare following violent unrest allegedly triggered by concerns over the unilateral appointment of an interim student representative council by management, poor governance, corruption and unsafe residences, among other things, is the department investigating the conduct of university management in relation to the specified allegations? If not, what is the position in this regard? And if so, what are the relevant details? How is his department intervening to ensure that sustainable measures are put in place to restore stability and trust between management and the student community? I have been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And thanks to Honourable Letsie for the question. We've been engaging all stakeholders, the council, the executive management, the student leadership and labour unions to try and get to the root cause of the unrest that we saw at the University of Fort Hare, and to also try and assess the governance concerns and support the restoration of stability and teaching and learning at the institution. A detailed report has been requested from the University of Fort Hare outlining its plan to rebuild trust and reopen the institution in a safe manner and to respond to the allegations that have been leveled around the unrest. And once the department receives this report, we will determine the appropriate course of action in line with the Higher Education Act. In the meantime, we're also working with law enforcement agencies to ensure that there is safety on campus, and we are exploring ways to institutionalize dispute resolution mechanisms so that future disagreements do not lead to the level of violence and the decimation of property that we've seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Letsie.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Given the ongoing instability and serious allegations of governance failure at the University of Fort Hare, is the Minister considering invoking Section 44 of the Higher Education Act, which empowers the Minister to appoint an independent assessor to investigate issues relating to governance, financial management, or the overall functioning of public higher education institutions?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much for that supplementary question, Honourable Low. I think I indicated in the response that we are still awaiting a report from the institution. And once we've received that report, we'll determine the appropriate course of action in line with the Higher Education Act. And I don't want to be premature and say that we will appoint an independent assessor, because it will be very much determined by the contents of that report. But I just want to reiterate that we are working with law enforcement agencies to ensure that there's safety on campus. And we're also exploring ways to ensure that there are effective dispute resolution mechanisms in place so that when future disagreements do arise, we don't see the level of destruction that we've seen. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, incidents like those at the University of Fort Hare are becoming increasingly common across the education sector. For example, violent student accommodation protests at the Walter Sisulu University earlier this year. Also the burning of the Northern Cape Urban TVET central office in the Northern Cape during a NSFAS-related unrest, and then the recent shutdown of the University of the Free State following violent campus protests. What proactive sector-wide measures has your department implemented to monitor, flag, and intervene early at institutions where governance and safety risks are escalating, particularly where councils are under administration or where whistleblower allegations of corruption and maladministration have already surfaced.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Dr. Christians for that question. So I'm going to touch on some of the mechanisms that we have put in place to monitor, flag, and intervene early at institutions where governance and safety risks are escalating. The first measure that we've put in place is that we've established a war room, and that war room is led by the minister, and we've got our DDGs there, and the DG and vice chancellors also do get to be part of that war room. As early as yesterday, the minister met with vice chancellors, appealing to them to have regular meetings with him. And those meetings are intended to ensure that we are ready for the 2026 academic year. But obviously, the meetings would serve as a platform for vice chancellors to flag any issues at their institutions. Thirdly, I think I indicated in my response to the question by Honourable Letsie that we are looking at establishing a dispute resolution framework. The process around the establishment of that framework is very legalistic in nature, but we're trying to fast track that process, and will ensure that once that framework is established, it then is a mechanism for breaking stalemate and for avoiding situations as we've seen at the University of Fort Hare and Northern Cape TVET College and the University of Free State recently. We are also reviewing the Higher Education Act, and will ensure that in the review of that particular piece of legislation, we'll build in dispute resolution.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Your time has expired. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Msizane.
Taking into account, Minister, that this university is one of our platinum university historically. It has produced the likes of Nelson Mandela, Robert Mugabe, Dr. Mandla Sehlophe, the one who is currently sitting here, and many more. The vice principal of this university, Professor Buhlungu, has been engulfed by many unfortunate incidents, like people dying, death threats, rife corruption. Wouldn't be a good time now, at this very critical moment, to put in a ministerial task team urgently to investigate if it is proper to put this university under administration? Two, to investigate if an early exit of Professor Buhlungu and other involved in fighting individuals can be negotiated and reached. Three, what solution is the minister having except talk shops and long protracted endless processes while this university is dying? Will the minister do an emergency to stop the mess happening at this university? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for that supplementary question. I indicated in my initial response to the main question that we are awaiting a detailed report from the university outlining its plan to build trust and reopen in a manner that's safe and to respond to the allegations. But I think it's important for me to also indicate that on the 10th of October, the minister engaged the University Council and management to not only put in place measures that will ensure that the institution is safely opened and teaching and learning continues, but he also requested the council to reflect on a number of issues, including the state of governance and leadership and the role and status of the SRC and the concerns raised around the vice chancellor. There is indeed a ministerial task team in place, and it's led by Professor Bauer, which has been engaging students and staff and other stakeholders in relation to the issues at the University of Fort Hare. And I'm sure the honorable member can request that report once the task team has concluded its work. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Trollip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fort Hare University has been beset by fraud, corruption and violent crime of late. And after the recent arson incident, the Vice-Chancellor said that the recent vandalism and destruction form part of a broader attempt to delay and derail the release of the SIU findings into academic fraud and may be politically sponsored. The report apparently implicates the Premier of the province, a Deputy Minister and 33 other high-ranking politicians. Deputy Minister, when can we expect the finalisation and publication of the SIU report into academic fraud at Fort Hare University?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Honourable Trollip for the question. I hate to sound like a broken record, but I think we should wait for the report that we've requested as the department.
Honourable Deputy Minister, if you can just speak into the mic, you're not audible.
Apologies. Is it possible for me to sit?
Yes, please. Take your seat. Yes.
Lady. I was saying to Honourable Trollip that I think it would be prudent for us to wait for the report that we've requested from the university. You will recall that I also said that the minister asked the council to reflect on a number of issues, including the concerns raised around the VC and the state of governance and leadership. And I'm certain that included in that is the SIU report and the status of that report. I also think it would be prudent for us to await the report from the ministerial team that is led by Professor Ahmad Bawa, because that particular ministerial team has been engaging student staff and other stakeholders with respect to the status of the University of Fort Hare. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to question number 980, which has been asked by the Honourable Masangu to the Minister of Social Development. The question is about the department's policy position on hunger and malnutrition in the Republic. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, thank you very much for the question. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the right to food is entrenched in the Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which states that everyone has a right in having access to sufficient food and water. This obligation is extended in Section 27(2), according to which the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. Food security requires a multidimensional approach from social protection to safeguard safe and nutritious food, especially for vulnerable individuals and households. Our commitment to tackle hunger and malnutrition is manifested through national legislation, including the multi-sectoral national policy on food and nutrition security, the Household Food and Nutrition Security Strategy, and the FETSADLALA, Integrated Food Production Initiative. Taken together, these policies aim to significantly improve food security and child malnutrition in all its forms. The policies are complemented by a targeted package of service that enable households to access decent nutrition. Key amongst these, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is the social grant system, a lifeline for millions of vulnerable individuals and households who rely on social grants to feed themselves and their families. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt that social grants are associated with improved educational, health, and nutrition outcome in vulnerable households. Honourable Chair, let me hasten to add that we are concerned about the reported incidents of malnutrition and stunning in some rural parts of KZN and Eastern Cape. We're working jointly with key departments focusing on areas with a high burden of child malnutrition. We are also rolling out the Integrated Community Registration Outreach Program in targeted communities to address hunger and malnutrition. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Masangu.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, why did you fail to correct the Deputy Minister Hendricks when he publicly stated on 2 occasions, first on the 23rd of July 2025, during the parliamentary sitting on the decision of votes and schedule, Appropriation Bill Vote 1, the presidency, and in the Social Development Committee on the 10th of September 2025, that South Africa has zero hunger. Will you correct the Deputy Minister now? Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the question, Honourable Chairperson of the committee. Indeed, it will be corrected because it's not factual according to the all reliable institutions that talks to what is the experience, but also the fact that we have been called upon by human rights in articulating the progress that you are making in turning around what is the situation now demands us to look at this matter and deal with it appropriately in the ministry. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ghana.
So, Minister, one of the interventions that government has to address hunger and malnutrition is the provision of social grants. So we know now from the National Gambling Board and States SA that there are a significant number of SASSA grant recipients who are using the grants for gambling purposes. And I again ask, what is the position of the department insofar as the SASSA grants recipients using the grants to gamble it away in the hope that they will make quick riches?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. As social development and SASSA in particular, our responsibility goes to an extent where the grant has been received by the right person at the right time. We are as concerned as honourable members that it has been used in the wrong way. However, we don't have any legislative framework that really is able to direct us on what needs to be done. Of course, we accept the fact that it is a glaring concern, but there's no legislative framework that dictates us on what needs to be done. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ramaila.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Given the Minister's acknowledgement of malnutrition incidents in rural KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape, what specific timelines and measurable targets have been set for the integrated community registration outreach program in addressing malnutrition rates in these affected regions? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I must make mention of the fact that these are the 2 provinces that we have targeted, especially on the implementation of ICROP. This is informed by many other things, especially for this kind of a situation that you are having. Chair, by end of this financial year, a clear program would have been outlined in making sure that we reach out to those areas that are being affected. However, we are not waiting for that already. They are benefiting on out of all other programs that we are putting in place in making sure that we do deal with this kind of a situation where our children and young ones in particular are exposed to this. Hence, I said the ICROP program seeks also to deal with that, because in that process, Chair will be able to capture the young at a very early age so that they can be registered and be able to receive their grant quite earlier than it is the case now. SASSA had not been doing well in this, and this is why now there's a strategy to make sure that we work closely with hospitals to make sure that when they are being born, we're able to register them working with Home Affairs so that they can start to benefit. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP is deeply moved by the high levels of hunger and malnutrition in the country, and we appreciate the efforts of the department to alleviate this through social grants and other measures. We also appreciate the role of churches as well as civil society. More must be done, however. We believe that there is another possible solution, and that is the high levels of food losses and waste within the food supply chain. It is disgraceful that there is an annual loss of almost 12.5 million tons of food, and we believe that much of this food is fit for purpose. The draft strategy on food loss and waste was published for comment on 19 September 2023. It was supposed to come into effect last year already. Is the Honourable Minister aware of this draft policy? And if so, will she undertake to look into this and pursue the finalisation of this policy with her colleague in the Ministry of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the question. Of course, Honourable Deputy Speaker, with my eyes closed, this matter should be brought into the attention of people who are dealing with that. However, it cannot be done by a single department. It should be done in a consolidated manner, because not only Department of Social Development shall be involved, but you would want to have Department of Health, and in avoidance of the situation that we had in the country where there was poisoning within the food that children in particular are taking. I'm aware of this, and indeed by end of this financial year, we would have started to process it, to bring it back to the department, to the attention of the cabinet, so that that process can start to unfold. Quite a very important initiative. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 1008 has been asked by the Honourable Shabangu to the Minister of Health. The question is about the steps taken by the Minister to investigate allegations that the oxygen tender at the Independent Development Trust started at 250 million rand, but ballooned or escalated to 800 million rand due to delays in the tender processes caused by officials of his department, and the details of his findings. The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, we are painfully aware of the widespread narrative that the pressure swing absorption oxygen plant tender started at 250 million rand and ballooned to 800 million due to tender process delays. This is not factual, Honourable Member. The wrong impression, unfortunately, was created by officials in the department itself when answering questions to the media. They themselves gave a wrong impression of a ballooning of cost due to delays and escalation in the same number of hospitals. And I repeat, this was very unfortunate. The true state of affairs is that Global Fund offered the department 250 million rand for this project. The department then calculated backwards to decide how many hospitals will be covered by this 250 million rand. According to them, they did what they call a desktop study to determine that number. And according to me, when they explained to me, this was just but a wild guess. I took the liberty of asking the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and they confirmed that this is a wrong method. The desktop method, they said, is like visual inspection, where you just look at the building and decide what the cost will be. They said that the correct method is to go into the market and let the market determine what 250 million rand can offer. I can confirm today that when the project was finally transferred to DPSA, they are using this market method to determine the cost. Now, let me go back to this narrative of ballooning and clarify. The so-called desktop study arrived at the conclusion that 30 hospitals will be covered by 250 million rand to install oxygen plants. However, later on, the Global Fund informed the department that these monies which were allocated to many countries were done through a bidding process. and that many countries failed their bids. So the budget is still available. The Department of Health in South Africa, having presented a successful bid for 250 million, was then asked to submit another bid because the budget is still available. This bid was submitted, and it was submitted for 30 additional hospitals. And the Global Fund allocated 836 million rand for that. As to what the final total cost will be, it's still to be seen at the end of the bid process of DBSA, which is based on the market. Now, somebody may ask, if 30 hospitals were going to cost 250, why will 60 hospitals cost 836, not 500 million? The answer is because the original 30 hospitals were smaller. When the second bid was put in, it was for bigger hospitals which consume more oxygen and needed bigger machines, and the Global Fund gave this 836 million, which we do not know yet whether it is what it's going to cost. As you can see, widespread narrative of ballooning and escalation of cost is not accurate. But I have come to learn a hard way, Honorable Chairperson, that a wrong response given to the media works like internet. Once you feed it with wrong information, it will never be taken away. It will never be deleted. It stays there forever. And unfortunately, this is what seems to have happened. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shabangu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, what step has the department taken to incorporate the lessons from this tender process into future procurement project to prevent premature costing, miscommunication, and reputational damage to the health sector? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Honourable Member, as you will know, in trying to correct this malady, we removed, you know, the problems in IDT. You know what the Minister of Public Works, the steps he has taken. You know what the CEO has done. Some of the things were done in public. So we felt our projects are not safe there. We've taken them to DBSA. As I'm speaking, this particular oxygen plant tender is going to be implemented by DBSA. But furthermore, we have looked at all the projects. We have chosen a service provider to examine all the projects which were given to IDT under these conditions to find that what happened there has not happened to all those projects. And we are doing so with a view of taking all our projects to the Development Bank of Southern Africa because they seem to be knowing what they are doing. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Leroux.
Minister, yesterday I spent some time speaking to a doctor at Maduleni Hospital, which is one of the only, if not the only, well-functioning oxygen plant in a government facility in the country. And he told me that running an oxygen plant at a hospital requires a highly skilled operator with a team of engineers available for on-site visits, and also requires regular maintenance and a remote problem-solving support. I've heard that despite the disastrous oxygen plant tender process run by the Independent Development Trust, the new tender is now going to be managed by the Development Bank of South Africa, as you've indicated. How will the department ensure that an operator with the necessary technical skills to install and operate oxygen plants is appointed? And how will the department make sure that the 60 or so oxygen plants that are planned at hospitals will be maintained so that they will still be running in 20 years' time instead of becoming expensive white elephants? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I spoke to the CEO of the DBSA right up to yesterday because I want to inquire about this process. And he told me that in costing this project, they are factoring in a 3-year maintenance program so that they get maintained. So whatever the final cost becomes out of this 836 million donated by the Global Fund, there will be money for maintenance for 3 years. From there, obviously, we will have to issue a contract for whoever must maintain, because there's no point inputting oxygen plants that will work for only 3 years and thereafter they are not there. We will never allow that. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mshlongo.
Honourable Minister, has a lifestyle audit been conducted on the individuals involved in the management and adjudication of the oxygen tender administered by the Independent Development Trust? If not, why not? If so, what were the findings?
Chair, I was still searching where the speaker is with my eyes. Can you just repeat the question? My apologies.
The Minister also wants to see you, Honourable Member, so you may repeat the question.
This side. I repeat.
Yes, please repeat, Honourable Member.
Honourable Minister, has a lifestyle audit been conducted on the individuals involved in the management and adjudication of the oxygen tender administered by the Independent Development Trust? If not, why not? If so, what were the findings?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm sure, Honourable Member, you are aware that the investigation in this case of the people in the Bid Adjudication Committee was conducted by the Minister, the Honourable Minister of Public Works, Minister McPherson. In one of the reports he gave to this House, I was not here, but I was listening online. He mentioned that in the Bid Adjudication Committee, there were people from the Department of Health and people from the IDT. But he said his mandate was to investigate the people from the IDT. I discussed with him and tell him that I don't think that was correct. That should be done. Because I said if people sit in the same committee to make the same decision, even if they come from different departments, how then do you investigate one part and leave the other part? So we agreed that this needs to be corrected. I since wrote him a letter that even those who were in the Department of Health must be investigated by PwC. And 2 days ago, I asked him where the PwC process is, and he said they are still processing it. So they are still going to be investigated, Honourable Member, at my request. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable van Staden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, in a written reply to me a few weeks ago, you indicated your intention to withdraw this project from the IDT due to the ongoing investigations and to reassign it to the Development Bank of Southern Africa to prevent delays as the project is time-bound and funded by the Global Fund, as you have said. Minister, what impact will the reassignment to the Development Bank of Southern Africa have on the overall 44-month project timeline, considering that the first 8 months are allocated for plant installation and the remaining 36 months for the maintenance period? And what is the reason that this project was not assigned to the Development Bank of Southern Africa from the start? Thank you. The
Honourable Minister.
When the Minister of Public Works informed me that he's instituting an investigation, and further that people in IDT were not cooperating, I then got worried because this is international money. Global Fund is money donated by many philanthropists and many countries around the world, rich and poor. And we can't just play games with that money. And I got worried about the time. So I discussed with the minister that I'm intending to take the project to DBSA while investigations are going on, because we don't know how long the investigations will take. And it was in agreement with him that that is the best plan that we should follow. We even went to report the matter to the president, the two of us, because the president is going to be involved deeply in Global Fund this year. If you didn't know, Global Fund raises its money every 3 years in what they call a replenishment round. For the first time in the 2 decades history of the Global Fund, that replenishment round is going to take place in South Africa for the first time on the African continent, and is going to be hosted by President Ramaphosa and Prime Minister Keir Starmer of
of the UK. So I thought, if we are going to host a global fund here and we have got scandals like this or problems like this, we need to solve them quicker. And the global fund needs to be knowing. I then met the CEO of the global fund, the executive director, Mr. Peter Sens. I explained to him what we want to do, and he endorsed our plan and supported it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next question is question number 989 and has been asked by the Honourable Mchweni to the Minister of Social Development. The question is about the specific measures the Minister has taken to address the allegations of fraud related to the signing of the employment contract of the Director General, and how does her department justify allowing the DG, whose appointment is under question, to continue making binding administrative and financial decisions within the department? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the member who asked the question. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in the interest of good and clean governance, we are in the process of finalizing a forensic investigation in order to get to the bottom of this matter. I want to place it on record that this investigation is not witch hunt, intended to throw anyone under the bus, as some in the media with so-called reliable sources would want us to believe. After consultation with the Minister of Public Service and Administration, the administrative error on the employment contract of the Director General has since been rectified to align with the Cabinet decision. As we speak, the Director General is on a one-year employment contract, which started in April this year until the end of March 2026. Honourable Chair, let me also take this opportunity to put it on record that procedurally, there was nothing questionable about the appointment of the Director General, as it followed all the necessary process and protocol established by DPSA. Accordingly, the request for the Director General's appointment was presented by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, and duly approved by the Cabinet on the 26th of March this year. Because of the level of his seniority, the Director General cannot escape accountability on the matter. Accordingly, I formally returned to Mr. Nchipale to make presentation on the reason why I should not take disciplinary action against him. Honourable Chair, the decisive action I have taken to date seek to strengthen administrative accountability, integrity, and performance management. On this note, Honourable Chair, let me also take this opportunity to correct some misleading media report doing rounds about the so-called suspension of the Director General. Mr. Nchipale, these reports are not only misleading, but also part of a narrative to cast aspersion and discredit the department and its leadership. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mchweni.
Sakala somlomo angithokoze. Ungqongqoshe onika uDG isivumelwano sokusebenza. uDG akakwazi ukuziqasha yena azinike yena iminyaka yokuqashwa kwakhe. Kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi uDG oqashwayo athwala icala likangqongqoshe omqashileyo? Ngiyathokoza.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Director General of the Department of Social Development is responsible for all the administrative work of the department. Therefore, it cannot be just like accepted that he does not being taken through a process and make himself to explain why did he do the things like he did. And this is why we have not found him guilty. Instead, we took him to an acceptable and known legislative process where a question is being put to him and given an opportunity for him to respond in writing to the minister concerned. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mare.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, on the 9th of October, you told the portfolio that there was a technical error, or administrative error, basically a glitch that you were saying. With the DG's contract, today you are saying that the DG is grossly dishonest. One of the complaints is dereliction of duty and due diligence without just or reasonable cause. Minister, can you please explain to me, considering that the DG has been in this position for a long time, what are the reasons he is considered incomplete now? After all the time, he's incompetent now. What is the reason that he's now incompetent after being now made permanent for a few months? Thank you, Chairperson.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Speaker, like I said earlier on, as the Minister of DST, I have a responsibility to make sure that from the DST Director General, DTGs, I must play oversight, especially on the DG's position, to make sure that he is accountable on everything, whether he's alleged or not. He must be able to be taken through a process. If he does have the facts, must rectify and take the minister into confidence so that he would have dealt with the matter and nothing will hang over him. For now, there are no charges against the Director General of DST. Instead, a process is unfolding for him to put in writing why I should not take action against him. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Munyai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Ramela will do it on behalf of Honourable Munyai. In the interest of transparency and accountability, what is the defined period for the fixed-term contract for Director General, Mr. F.P. Netsipale, as stipulated in the Cabinet Memorandum? When is the department going to conduct performance reviews to determine whether the DG's contract will be extended or inform the initiation of the recruitment process? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The contract of the Director General of Department of Social Development is a one-year contract. This is a decision by the Cabinet after a process has been followed. So that is it, Chair. About other matters of being looked after and make sure that the process of him being oversight being played is something that is coming by the minister concerned, which at the time that will be appropriate, this matter will be dealt with at that time. For now, we've got a permanent DG as the DSD. I guess, as the members have said, his contract will come in the next 5 months or so. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
And the last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Minister, your department has been plunged into chaos since questionable appointment of the DG, and this ongoing turmoil has brought up many alleged irregularities, some of which implicates you as well. What vetting procedures were undertaken by the department to ensure the DG candidate was well experienced and suitable for the position? Have you considered any integrity assessments to foster an ethical and value-driven office to ensure accountable and transparent public servants? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As I have articulated earlier on, that the appointment of the DG of DST came through a process where the Cabinet pronounced itself after the panel shortlisting and so on. All that has been taken through, and the Cabinet pronounced itself to say Mr. Peter Ntsipale is the correct candidate to occupy the position of the Director General of DST. Honourable Deputy Speaker, us taking him to this process is just to make sure that he understands his position, the criticality, and also to intensify oversight through the Office of the Minister to the Director General, so that the perceptions that are there must be dealt with in a manner that is suitable and in a manner that is enshrined in the legislative framework. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 1009 has been asked by the Honourable Sene to the Minister of Health. The question is whether the Minister has been informed of a tender to supply food to hospitals and the Nursing College in the Northwest, which is alleged to be in the region of 1 billion rand. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what is the status of the tender and whether he has been informed of the allegations that the persons who were allegedly involved in the corruption scandal at the Tembisa Hospital, which amounts to 2 billion rand according to the Special Investigating Unit, are also involved in the Northwest tender? If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, indeed, I've been informed and I did investigate the issue of tender of supply of food, not only to nursing colleges, but also to hospitals in Northwest. The tender was divided into two phases, depending on the size of a hospital. After the tender for the first phase was awarded, an entity called Brown Mohozi Foundation, belonging, you better listen before you.
Order, honourable members.
An entity called Brown Mohozi Foundation, belonging to a Mr. Brown Mohozi, who is always in the news for all the wrong reasons in recent days, went to court to interdict the tender. It must be mentioned that Mr. Mohozi Foundation or himself never bidded for this tender. So it was surprising that he interdicted it. But nevertheless, in court papers, he argued that his foundation is a public interest company and is interdicting on behalf of the people of Northwest because he's worried that the tender was awarded to somebody who is not resident in Northwest and the money is going to leave the province. I'm sure, honorable members, you are aware that as much as it might be desirable for economic, social, or even political reasons for local people to get tenders in their locality, it is not necessarily the law of the country. It was then surprising why Mr. Mohozi decided to interdict for such a reason. But surprisingly, an acting judge in Northwest granted him the interdict he was looking for. The Northwest Department of Health then appealed this ruling, but the court dismissed their appeal. The department then petitioned the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court of Appeal granted them the interdict. Mr. Brown Mohozi then dropped his case. So Northwest Department believed that their road is clear to implement the tender and advertise the second phase of the tender. And they did advertise. The notorious Mr. Hangwane Morgan Maumela then applied.
Order, honourable members, allow the Minister to reply to the question.
Then, I'm sure you are saving my time, Honourable Speaker. Then applied for this second tender. He also lost because just like the first company, which Mr. Mohozi interdicted for, Mr. Maumela quoted crazy prices, very crazy prices. Just to give you an example, when the tender calls for a quotation to feed a 3 to 6-year-old child 3 meals a day, the winning tender quoted 83 rand, and Mr. Maumela quoted 500 rand. So no right-thinking official would have awarded this contract with such prices, because I want to emphasize, because in the media they believe Northwest is just another Tembisa, which we all know is a hotbed of corruption. Now, after Mr. Maumela lost, he also interdicted. And surprisingly again, despite the fact that the Supreme Court of Appeal has ruled on a similar tender, a judge in Northwest granted Mr. Maumela the interdict he was looking for. So as I'm speaking in front of you here, it is almost 3 months that the ruling was made, but the judge has not yet provided reasons for granting this tender. For that reason, unlike in the first tender where they even went to the Supreme Court of Appeal, Northwest cannot appeal because they don't know the reasons, because when you appeal, you're appealing the reasons. So
Honourable
they don't
Minister, I have given you an additional 30 seconds, so please wrap up.
Okay. However, the court allowed the province to provide food on a month-to-month contract, a situation which you all know the Auditor General doesn't want, and this worries us. The second part of the question is, I said Mr. Maumela got involved, and it is believed in Northwest that the first tender was also for his associate, because the prices look very similar. The first tender that was interdicted by Mohoti. Now, I want to thank Northwest Department of Health for resisting entry of syndicates into their province, and I hope they keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sene.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, considering that individuals previously linked to the Tembisa Hospital corruption scandal continue to appear in new provincial tenders, what management actions have been taken against officials who continue to engage with such companies, and how is the department ensuring ethical procurement conduct across all provinces? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Honourable Member, you're right, because the fact that SIU moved into Tembisa and confiscated Lamborghinis does not mean it's the end. And I want to confirm to this House that this was a tip of the iceberg. There are more cars there who are more expensive than Lamborghinis, which we are targeting. We also targeting people who are working for government estate officials because we are having their pensions. So this action is far from over. You're still going to see a lot, radically. You are aware that they also own properties. Mr. Maumela owned properties here in Cape Town, in Bloemfontein, Durban. We are looking for those houses because this is money belonging to health and it must come back to health. Last week, Honourable Member, we called the National Health Council, which is attended by all the MECs for health, the South African Military Health Service and SALGA, to have a National Health Council, which is a statutory body. We invited the SIU and we invited all our 10 central hospitals. We couldn't invite any because of space. The SIU presented the report, showed them step by step what happened and where are the minefields and what can possibly happen to them. And the end of that interaction was that a special workshop has been called in which the SIU will come and will call other experts because we have got to change the tender rules. One of the methods used was quotation, the quotation system, which you know ends at 500. And all they will do is to make sure that whatever they quote for is 499. If you make 10 499s, you have broken that rule. It's as if you are following the law. What worries us is that that 500,000 has been increased by Treasury to 1 million, which means we are going to see 999s many times. So we are looking into those things.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Treasury. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Leroux.
Minister, in line with the previous question, will you undertake here in the House that where individuals or companies who have received tenders in the past and who have not delivered on them or who have been implicated in corruption or theft, will you ensure that they will never be considered for tenders by the department again in future? And if yes, how will you make sure this happens? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
course, that's definitely my wish. And we even discussed with SIU, but you know, we have got to follow the laws of the country. The companies involved in these tracing things are many. And we're worried that some of our officials in hospitals, they may not know them. And they said so in the meeting with SIU. CEOs told us, how are we going to know these companies? The SIU then said we'll do two things. One, in the immediate, provide the names so that when they have tendered, before the CEO or the CFO can sign, they'll have to be very careful because they can't deny them tenders if the law has not yet forbidden them. So that's in the immediate. But in the medium to long term, the SIU has spoken to Treasury because it's only Treasury that can blacklist. Somebody asked in the meeting if we can blackmail such companies. And I said, we're not going to blackmail them. We're going to blacklist them. They all need to be blacklisted so that none of our hospitals or schools forever have to suffer again. But before that, we'll just be keeping a list of their names so that our hospitals can see who has applied and become vigilant in that regard. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mhlongo.
Honourable Minister, given the grave nature of these interconnected allegations, do you agree that this points to a potential syndicate operating across provincial lines? If yes, can you assure this House that your department has initiated a forensic audit of all tenders, not just in the Northwest, but nationally, where these same individuals and their linked entities are involved? If not, please substantiate.
The Honourable Minister.
We don't know about other provinces, but we know about Northwest, as you already said. The other provinces will start knowing when the SIU provide the list, because we asked them so last week in the meeting, that they must provide the list, then we'll see how deep this province have gone. But you are aware that we agreed with the SIU that they must extend their investigation. And so they will have to extend the proclamation. So we don't think there's any way to hide. If any one of these companies has already applied, we will see from that list. If they are still going to apply, we will see from that list. When Treasury eventually finish the legal processes of blacklisting them, we'll actually know about them. So we have tried to cover all the corners. Thank you.
And the last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Meshwe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, talking about blacklisting, I want to know when is that going to happen, particularly after what happened at Tembisa Hospital. That matter should have been prioritized, and that national database of companies that are blacklisted should be made easily accessible to members of the media so that when they hear about any offers that are given to whatever bidders, that they will also verify so that money that is supposed to be helping people in need in the country would be saved for that particular purpose. So I want to know what are the plans, when is that database of blacklisting the companies that are defrauding going to be put together? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Fundisi, I wish I had that power. And I wish we didn't have to follow the law. We'll be starting today. I am saying to you, in the meeting which you attended with hospital CEOs and SIU, I personally asked for that list to be given and for the people to be blacklisted. The SIU then told me blacklisting is a process which is done not by them, but by Treasury. I don't have that power of blacklisting people. The Treasury will have to do so because it's within their mandate. And we are eagerly waiting. But in the meantime, we are saying the SIU must provide that list. As to whether they will give it to the media, I think the decision lies in their hands. I wanted it for my own CEOs, so they don't sign blindly. They must know what they are signing for, because in the final analysis, they must sign off. Even in Tembisa, don't think the junior people just did what he did. The CEO signed. It's quite a pity that he passed away. He signed. But I asked the SIU that even if he's gone, he still has assets, he has got an estate, we must look into it. Because time and again, we lose cases because somebody has died, even when we have lost. So this matter, I can assure you, Mfundis, is far from being over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now move on to question number 969, which has been asked by the Honourable Clerk to the Minister of Health. The question is, given his recent visit to the Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital, how was he able to access specialist ophthalmic services without being placed on the general public waiting list? Whether considering that the waiting period for patients requiring retinal, glaucoma, and other visual surgeries exceeds 2 years, he has found that he received preferential treatment. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what message does this send to ordinary South Africans who depend entirely on the public healthcare system for life-altering procedures? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Mrs. Clark. Thank you very much for showing interest in my health. But however, your questions seem to be on the negative side of your interest in my health. To me, they sound a bit mischievous. For your information, I conducted the CEO of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital in March this year. I asked her to book for me to see a doctor at St. John's Eye Hospital. I've never been there before. I don't know the doctors there, so I could not specify who must see me. The CEO came to me in March and said I'm giving a date of 30th of June, which I honored. I was seen by a specialist ophthalmologist on that date, who gave me a date of the 29th of August, which I also honored. And then he gave...
Honourable Pulwane, please mute your device. My apologies, Minister, please proceed.
And in August, I was given the date of the 4th of September, in which the first operation was performed. I wish to bring it to the attention of the honourable member that in public sector hospitals, the issue of a particular procedure, when a particular procedure is going to be performed, depends largely on clinical findings as the main factor, though other factors may come into play. But those factors cannot be your financial status. The issue of financial status, you all know, is in the private hospitals where you have to have a medical aid or a lot of cash. I've been going to public hospitals for a long time, honourable member. And it is the specialist who decides to perform a particular procedure. I've had many procedures done in public hospitals. It's specialists who decide, not me. The second part of the question about people waiting for 2 years, etc., honourable member, at St. John's Eye Clinic, the average waiting time for surgery is between 2 and 18 months. When we responded to you in September about up to 2 years, we're meaning generally in Gauteng. Some patients at St. John's will be operated all within 2 months since their first consultation. Others will be operated on within 18 months. This is because people's medical conditions differ. Even if they've got the same disease, they clinically differ. As you can see, there are people who are operated within 2 months, others 18 months. In my case, it was 6 months. If I wanted preferential treatment, as the question suggests, I would have demanded it in March, but I had to wait for 6 months, and the doctor decided to do it in 6 months. I couldn't have said no because somebody else will be 18 months. Please do 18 months for me. It's not for me to make that decision. Honourable member, you are talking as if I'm not entitled to public health care in this country. I am. Just like the 3,000 people who are operated at St. John's every year. I'm just one of them. Just like the 700 people who are seen daily at St. John's, I was one of them. But it was not me who was making the decision. And
Honourable member on the platform, please mute your device. Please proceed, Minister. You have 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm appealing to Honourable Clark, also other members of this august house. When you visit public hospitals, don't just look for the negatives. There are a lot of positives there. Also look for them. If you don't know, ask those of us who know.
Thank
not
you,
from reading,
Honourable
but
Minister.
from experience. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Clerk.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really don't believe that my question is mischievous. I'm really worried about South Africans' health. And a question from your office, Minister, told me that there's more than 2 years waiting list for these type of surgeries. And that's where I got my information from. So I would like to ask you, Minister, the reality is that thousands of South Africans are losing their sight because of inefficiencies, equipment shortages, and complete breakdown in scheduling within the public health system. And if the minister can access services in a short space of time, while citizens wait over 2 years, according to the question's answer, it highlights a system that favours political privilege over public need. Will the minister commit to a full audit of surgical backlogs at Chris Hani Baragwanath and other public hospitals and provide a clear time-bound plan to reduce these waiting lists? Or must South Africans continue to go blind while politicians bypass the system? And I have people that phone me on a weekly basis that have been waiting for more than a year for their operations where their eyesight is so bad they can hardly see, Minister. And this is the reason I ask this question. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Clark, go and look at the answer we provided you in September. It never said more than 2 years. It said up to 2 years, up to, which means others will be done earlier and some later in 2 years. And I give you stats now that at St. John's Hospital, the specialist told me that they take 2 to 18 months. Some people are operated within 2 months, others in 18 months. I was operated within 6 months. What's wrong with that? Am I not entitled to be operated? I am entitled. I'm not going to apologize for that. Some do 2 months, others 8 months. I did 6. And the doctor told me so. I'm not the one who decided. So should I have argued with the doctor? As to the issue of waiting times on eyes, I don't think you should politicize this matter. The issue of eye operations, especially cataract because of old age, is a global phenomenon. It affects even developing countries. That's why there was an argument that the NHS in England is not coping and they called Netcare to come and help, believing that only the private can help, which is not true. What they did, they opened a contract and say anybody who must help them using their facilities, not the facilities of their, because they've got a huge backlog of old age pensions. You know that in this country, there is also Pero Paper, which train is running around doing cataract operations. So it is a problem that we are solving together, and it must not be politicized. And please don't politicize my going to Bara and say, I was done favors. I wasn't. You can go and ask that doctor. But I'm telling you today, I'm entitled to public health care. The stories you are talking about, lack of equipment, they are not caused by me. They are caused by you, actually. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
You are getting a lot of...
Honourable Minister.
You are being subsidized on your medical aid.
Honourable Minister.
It's coming to you. If you give up that
Honourable Minister.
Waiting time. Yes.
Honourable Minister and honourable members. Honourable members, order. Could I also indicate and remind honourable members, order. Could I remember ministers and deputy ministers and members asking questions that you have to speak through the speaker, through the chair, and not directly to the members? The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Khumalo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, given your well-documented personal commitment and that of your family using public health institutions instead of private health care, how does your call for public representatives, including us as members of parliament, to follow your lead in using public health alongside your stance to reform states subsidized medical aid like PAMED, contribute to advancing health equity and restoring confidence in the public health system? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, you will remember that a few weeks ago, an honourable member of this House and a member of the Portfolio Committee for Action SA, Dr. Hosile Kap, made this call. And I was called in the media and I was asked to comment on whether I support him or not. I said, of course I do, because I'm already doing exactly what he's asking for. So I was not starting with St. John's. If I show you, if I was prepared to give you my secrets, I'll show you all the procedures and operations I did at Steve Biko. But this patient doctor confidentiality. So I'm calling for this. And I remember when Dr. Letlape made this call, Honorable Clark made a comment. He said it's useless, public hospitals are not working very well. We can just not go there and wait and the hospitals will be and congest the hospitals. I'm saying here to you today, if everybody who is getting their salary from the government decide using public hospitals, you won't go there alone. You will go with the 70 billion rands, which is a subsidy given to you. Public hospitals will gain 70 billion immediately because you will migrate there with it. You won't only gain 70 billion, will also gain 33 billion in the form of tax credits. That's exactly why you see me fighting for the issue of universal health coverage, because health must be universal. Now, you ask me, you claim that I'm being given preferential treatment. It is you who's being given preferential treatment by being heavily subsidized. And unfortunately, I'm part of that subsidy. As to PAMED, long before the 6th Parliament, I think it was the first time I became Minister of...
Thank you, Minister. Unfortunately, your time has now expired. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Msizane.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll take the question for Mr.
Please proceed.
Given the extensive waiting periods and limited number of ophthalmic specialists in the public sector, particularly in the rural and underserved areas, what has the department done to ensure equitable access to these services for rural populations who often face compounded barriers due to distance, infrastructure, and staffing shortages? Also, can the minister provide the total number of public institutions offering these services throughout the country, including glaucoma and other visual services? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
It is a well-known fact that specialists are in short supply, not only in South Africa, in the whole world. That's why in the Department of Home Affairs, where I was before, but even before I was there, we have got what we call a scarce skill list, which the minister must, must gazette every year. When we put a list on that scarce skill list, when a person is from another country and they apply, Home Affairs is obliged to give them a visa immediately, which is called a scarce skill visa. All the specialists in the country are a scarce skill, they are on that list. In nursing, meaning ordinary doctors like me are not on that list. Specialists are. I'm not a specialist. If Dr. Letlapo was still working, he will be on that list, not me. The nurses is only 4 types of nurses, and it's global. It's a psychiatric nurse, an ICU nurse, a theater nurse, and a high care nurse. They are on that list. That's one method. The other method is what the former Minister of Health, Dr. Nkosana Dlamini Zuma, introduced, community service. The reason that community service was introduced was to make sure that doctors go even to the ruralist or rural areas, because ordinarily doctors don't usually go there. The third method, which I read in my budget speech, but unfortunately I confess that there's no budget, is that our academic hospital must be in all provinces. So we are busy planning. There must be an academic hospital in Mpumalanga, in Northwest and in Northern Cape. In Limpopo, it's already being built. I think it's at 40% completion. If we do that, specialists will be attracted there because they'll also be teaching. So that's the method we'll be using. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Letlape.
Thank you, Minister. The first question would be, how will you ensure that all of us follow your great example and as public servants use public service? And then ancillary to that is, given that it's common practice in Home Affairs, when we go for our passports in Barrack Street, we get preferential treatment. How will you ensure that as public servants who have busy diaries, that would get public preferential treatment to access the public service? And lastly, any plans from you about eliminating the cataract backlog in the country?
Honourable members, I'm going to hand over to the Minister, but this is a reminder that follow-up questions must really be one only. Minister?
Did you say there's preferential treatment in Barrack Street in Home Affairs?
We go by appointment, we jump the queue.
I am not aware of that. What I know is that Home Affairs has got a very clear system of booking. It's an online system where we are discouraging people just to walk in. They must book. So people phone and book online, and they are responded to online and given a number and the time at which they arrive. And the rule is, if you arrive on that time, you must be seen within 15 minutes. So they are going to stop seeing other people who are walk-ins and see you, because they've given you that time. So you might have seen something like that and thought maybe it's preferential. We can't do preferential. We were asked to do it, but people will complain. And they said it's preferential because many people don't have.
Honourable Minister, my apologies. Honourable Pulwane on the virtual platform. Please remain muted until you're recognized. Honourable Pulwane. Can ICT please assist to mute that member? My apologies, Honourable Minister.
Yeah. So, Dr. Letlape, we don't do that preferential. Absolutely not. But what might also have confused you, if anybody is not only to members of parliament, there are people who forget that their passports have expired. And you discover now when you must go to the airport, there's a funeral in Botswana, and your passport has expired. What do? We want to be human. We can issue a passport within 24 hours. And so we try to help you on that basis, not on the basis that you something big or, you know, I've never seen that happening. If it was, I'll report it to Minister Schreiber. He must look into it because we have to treat people equally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, question number 965 has been asked by the Honourable Corbett to the Minister of Higher Education. The question is about what date will the 2023-2024 annual report of the National Student Financial Aid scheme be released, given that it's now more than a year overdue? And who will be held accountable for the unacceptable delay by this entity that is responsible for the management of billions of rands? Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. And thanks to the Honourable Member Kobe for the question. Indeed, NSFAS has recently undergone changes in its leadership, and before the changes in the leadership, it had been facing some historical challenges in relation to the preparation of its annual financial statement and the conclusion of its audit process. NSFAS has a new board, which was appointed in February this year. In fact, the board chairperson was sitting here earlier on, Dr. Karen Stander, but she had to leave, and is set to conclude the outstanding governance matters at the entity following the appointment of the new board. The financial statements for the 2023-24 financial year have been tabled, and obviously the audit process has been concluded. I think what is outstanding at this stage is the annual financial statement for the 2025-26 financial year. But NSFAS, the board has assured us that they will get back to the normal cycle in relation to the tabling of the financial statements for the 2025-26 financial year. Thank you very much.
Honourable Kobe, you may ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, we are flying blind here. Deputy Minister, with the crisis in universities where students are sleeping in corridors and excluded, we as Parliament simply cannot do our job of playing oversight when reports are delayed and simply do not appear. Minister, I understand the 2024-2025 one is to be tabled and your team is ready, but Deputy Minister, we want to know who will be held accountable for this delayed report and breaches of the PFMA, the 2023-2024 one. Thank you so much, Chair.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Kobe, I think I've already indicated that
please proceed.
Can you allow me the decency to finish what I was going to say before you cut in? I think I've already indicated that NSFAS has recently gone changes in its leadership, and it previously had challenges in the preparation of its annual financial statements and the conclusion.
Deputy Minister, I think like previously, please take your seat and speak into the mic. In front, members are struggling to hear.
Thank you. So NSFAS has recently undergone changes in its leadership, and it historically faced challenges in the preparation of its annual financial statement and the conclusion of its audit process. But that situation now is in the process of being rectified. As I said, 2023-24, the audit process has been concluded and the financial statements have been tabled. 2025-26, it will be getting back into the normal cycle. 2024-25, the financial statements will be tabled at the end of November. Regarding who will be held responsible for the non-submission of the financial statement at this age, Honourable Kobe, I cannot say if NSFAS has proceeded to hold anyone accountable. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, you had already indicated that the 2023 and 2024 financial submissions have now been presented. However, the Auditor General has confirmed that they were outstanding by our last Portfolio Committee meeting due to weak internal controls, staff instability, etc. And my question is, will the department now commit to disclosing what disciplinary or financial misconduct processes have been initiated, if any? And if not, what decisive measures will now be taken to restore such accountability, strengthen governance, and safeguard the billions allocated for student funding, especially in light of 2026 financial year?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you to Dr. Christians for the question. NSFAS, to my knowledge, has not taken any disciplinary steps against any member of its staff in relation to the late submission of the financial statements. But I am confident that with the new board in place, this board is working very hard to address the challenges that have bedeviled the entity and that have been consistently flagged by the Office of the Auditor General. These, steps that they have taken include, amongst others, the establishment of stronger governance committees, such as the Audit Risk Committee, the Ethical Subcommittee. And now, as a department, we require that NSFAS reports to us on a monthly basis. It used to happen on a quarterly basis. There are also discussions at an NSFAS level around decentralizing the entity into institutions and into provinces. And I think that will, bode well for the way it handles, its administration. And it's also prioritizing the filling of critical vacancies, especially at a leadership level, to stabilize the entity. It started with the process of appointing a permanent CEO. You'll know that the current CEO is acting, and it's finalized the process of appointing a chief information officer and a chief risk officer. So there are steps in place to ensure that the governance of NSFAS and its administration is improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable Ghana, the third supplementary question has been allocated to you.
Obvious, little difficult when you ask and the question and the person you're asking is sitting in front of you, so we can lock eyes. So DM, thanks very much. I'm glad to hear that NSFAS is
order, honourable members. Now that they can see one another, they can't hear one another.
Thanks. So it's a good thing that NSFAS is reporting to you monthly. It's a good thing. So one of the things that's coming up now is that the NSFAS recipients, they are using their allowances to gamble it away. Actually, they are gambling away their futures. In the interaction that NSFAS has given to you on a monthly basis, and I guess that's what gives you confidence, have they given you a report in terms of their assessment of what students are using their allowances on, and what is your response to the NSFAS recipients gambling their allowances away? Thank you very much.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. So, Honourable Ghana, forgive me if I can't look at you and our eyes lock. But I think, like you, I'm outraged that I read the article that said that allowances were now being used to gamble. We were aware that allowances as well are being used to procure alcohol or to purchase alcohol by students. I mean, that comes across quite a lot when we conduct awareness campaigns, especially around gender-based violence and the like. But we haven't really adopted an approach as a department at this stage in relation to how best do we ensure that students use the money from NSFAS in a responsible manner. But we will definitely look into it. It has been a concern for us as well that the disbursement, I remember interacting with the Commission on Gender Equality, and they raised the concern that the late arrival of the disbursements or the late dissemination of the money by NSFAS was having an impact on your female students having to transact for, for sexual favors just to be able to get by and the like. So, and we had an interaction with NSFAS in relation to that and brought it to their attention. So I believe that NSFAS will deal with it, but it's not been raised during our monthly interaction. I think the article came out the day before yesterday around the gambling issue, but the issue around the consumption of alcohol we've raised during awareness campaigns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last follow-up will be asked by the Honourable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just say I can't imagine students using money for alcohol. It never happened. The chair referred to the National AIDS Scheme. I believe it's an aid scheme. But what I want to know that now that the Deputy Minister knows what we didn't, that the financial statements have been tabled, can you take those in your confidence about where there may be findings, maybe unqualified audit? What are we having to do with? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. So the Auditor General has actually given NSFAS an adverse audit opinion in the recent cycle. And also highlighted that there were outstanding financial statements. But like I said in my response, the 2023-24 financial statements have been tabled, and then the 24-25 financial statements will be tabled by the end of November. And NSFAS has put into place processes that will ensure that, they do better in terms of their the submission of the financial statements and, of course, their audit outcomes. What NSFAS has also done is to ensure that it has MOUs with the institutions, the various institutions, so that, because they depend a lot on information from institutions in order to put together those financial statements. So one of the mechanisms is that they've put in place they've concluded rather the MOUs with institutions, and of course they've built in capacity and improved the operational processes around their audit processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable members, question number 1011 has been asked by the Honourable STD Low to the Minister of Higher Education. The question is, given that student accommodation challenges are among the contributing factors to protests and disruptions at the start of academic years, what progress has been made in completing student housing projects to ensure a smoother transition into the 2026 academic year? Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you to Honourable Low for the question. The department in 2016 launched a student housing infrastructure program to address the chronic shortage of beds in our universities and our TVET colleges. To date, 19,559 student beds have been built across 9 institutions. 11,919 are completed and operational. 800 are under construction, and 7,840 are at various stages of their development. For the 2026 academic year, new housing projects at Sefako Makato University and the University of Limpopo and the University of KZN and Tshwane University of Technology will deliver an additional 3,200 beds. Beyond these builds, the department is exploring ways to incentivize both big and small property owners to invest in student accommodation, including creating financing conditions that attract private participation. The department is also set to convene a roundtable with the Department of Public Works, Human Settlements, Developmental Financial Institutions, and the built environment sector and our SOEs and SALGA and Housing Association to refine our policy framework and accelerate the delivery of a student accommodation across the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Low, you may ask the first supplementary.
No, ke lebogile wena modulasetulo.
What progress has been made with regard to negotiations with higher education institutions and student accommodation service providers to make their rental rates more affordable and within NSFAS funding cap, more so in Salt Lake and Moremogolo?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
So, NSFAS has been running a series of workshops or working sessions across the various provinces, Honorable Law, aimed at offering individual assistance to accommodation providers. This initiative started at the end of July, and to date, all 9 provinces have been visited. During these sessions, clarity is given on a number of issues, including the eligibility of students who were not funded by NSFAS, and just to deal with the issue of the payment to accommodation providers. To date, NSFAS has disbursed close to 4 billion rand to 4,004 accommodation providers covering 121,000 students. And what NSFAS is also doing is developing an accommodation protocol which aims to standardize the provision of accommodation and to promote the provision of quality and conducive accommodation. Admittedly, there may be instances where the accreditation of accommodation may have been done incorrectly, but what NSFAS is planning to do is to evaluate the current accreditations, and if fraud or maladministration are found to be at play, it will ensure that consequence management follows. So yes, at the beginning of this academic year, we saw unrest on some of our on some of our campuses, and a burning issue was around the accommodation cap, because NSFAS had capped the accommodation, and students were finding that they are owing, the university's debt because of the accommodation cap. But I believe that NSFAS is trying to deal with that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Gagau.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Dear Mgondwe, you have, through a whole of society approach, partnered with the Goldfields mine to deliver 500 student accommodation beds at the Goldfields TVET College in Welkom, the Free State, my hometown. And maybe ituti ba sekolo sena ha mmoho le baahi ba teng ba lebohela kutlwelo bohloko ya hao ha mmoho le baetapele le boetapele ba hao ha mmoho le batho ba eleng hore bo rakgwebo beo o sebedisana mmoho le bona. And it gives us great pride that this country has public representatives like yourself who tackle issues head on and are committed to rescuing South Africa for a better tomorrow. FELA, student accommodation and skills development remain serious threats against the success of students across institutions of higher learning in this country. So how is the department collaborating with the public sector to close these gaps?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and Honorable Gagau, ke lebogela potso ya gago. Yes, indeed. I visited Goldfields TVET College, and it was brought to my attention gore bana ba teng ga bana accommodation, and it was an initiative that I took to engage Goldfields College on how best, and I want to thank the mayor of literally Buja municipality, because she was heavily involved in ensuring that I have that meeting with Harmony, and I requested Harmony to avail a building that was close by for students to be able to use, and that building was availed. I think the only outstanding issue now is repurposing that building so that it is fit for student accommodation, and we will do our best to ensure that the building is repurposed and conducive for student accommodation. But that having been said, I just want to reiterate that the department is going to convene a roundtable with Public Works, Human Settlements, and Developmental Financial Institutions and SOEs, to try and refine our policy framework. But I think what we also need to do is to go beyond just having the round table and engage Public Works, engage Human Settlements with a view to getting buildings that are not in use. The Department of Public Works, I remember going on oversight to KZN, and the MEC for Public Works, they're indicating that they have a lot of buildings that are not being in use and they couldn't be used for. So I think we need to have an MOU or some sort of understanding with those departments, MOUs that will see us having more accommodation for our students, because I think the question by Honorable Lowe is an important one. If we do not address the accommodation issue, the demand for, university access is growing. And
thank you, Deputy Minister. Your time has now expired. Honorable Matiwani, you may ask the third supplementary question.
And Bulela Bago Esal. Mphathiswa, the pilot project of student accommodation, which is operated through middleman schemes, has proven to be a complete failure. Why does the department still insist on this pilot project, which is nothing but a self-enrichment scheme of greedy comrades who want to use NSFAS as a cash cow? Why does NSFAS need a middleman, whereas incompetent middlemen who do not even have a financial services provider license? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you to the member for the question. The pilot project, I believe, is something that we have to review as a department to ensure that, as you correctly pointed out, we do away with the middlemen, because there are issues even with NSFAS accredited accommodation. I think I've highlighted what NSFAS is trying to do with the working sessions across provinces to try and resolve some of the issues. So I do agree that the pilot program is something that has to be reviewed so that we try and do away with the commercialization of NSFAS accommodation. In fact, earlier on, I think we had a cabinet committee where the point was made that the system has now been exploited by greedy landlords who are hell-bent on getting money out of NSFAS at any cost without offering conducive accommodation. So yes, I do agree that we need to review the pilot system. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. The last follow-up will be asked by the Honourable Zondo.
Angibonge sihlalo, ngicela ukumela umfowethu uZondo ongekho lapha endlini. Ngicebe khulu ke mina. Mhlonishwa inkinga nenselele khona ekakhulukazi emphakathini yasemakhaya kuma-TVET college yasemakhaya. La khona indawo zokuhlala zingacoshakali kalula khona ukuze ingane iphume zohlala ema-cottage akhiwe abantu labo abazakhelayo nabezama ukuyihlumisa ngempilo, zigcine ziba ney'nkinga zokuphazamiseka ekufundeni, okunye kwakho kube ukwebelwa izimpahla ema-cottage ngoba kungagade umuntu okwedlula lokho mhlawumbe ukuthi ezinye zazo zibanjwe zinukubezwa. Ngicela ke ukuzwa kumhlonishwa ukuthi ngokomnyango wakhe bahlinzekeleni ukubhekela lezi ngane kuma-TVET colleges ey'ndaweni ezikuma-district asemakhaya aqhelele emadolobheni. Ngiyabonga.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable member for that question. Indeed, you find that in areas, your rural areas, there is a shortage of accommodation, especially NSFAS accredited accommodation. I was recently in Oudtshoorn, and Oudtshoorn has South Cape TVET College. And one of the issues that was raised was the shortage of accommodation, conducive and quality accommodation for students in that area. But I believe that the protocol that NSFAS is trying to develop around student accommodation will go a long way towards standardizing the provision of accommodation and promote the provision of quality, safe and conducive accommodation. And yes, definitely we will look into ensuring that where there are issues with accommodation in your rural areas, we try and assist by engaging the local local municipalities there. That's what I did in in Lubuja, local municipality in the Free State. We will look at assisting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 988 has been asked by the Honourable Moore to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is, by what date will she take action against the Umgeni Utukela Water Board regarding serious governance concerns while communities across KwaZulu-Natal face ongoing water challenges? I've been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and to members of Parliament. And Honourable Moore, let's just commend you for the questions you have raised, including the portfolio committee that has been very vigilant, raising matters of governance, and other members of the portfolio committee, including the whistleblowers. As a Ministry of Water and Sanitation, we have now appointed a team of forensic experts to look at the number of issues that are being raised in that water board. In the main, you know that there are allegations about a chair of a subsidiary of one of the entities. We have received that particular report. A determination will be made. Secondly, there is an allegation around the issues around the payment of board members. We have looked at that particular matter as part of the scope, and allegations around certain matters of irregularities and procurement, and then also the question of a suspension of one of the senior executives. When that particular report has been finalized, we should be in a position to give up and implement that particular recommendation, depending on the legal advice we will share with the portfolio committee. But equally, there are other matters of concern that happened in the previous years. Around 2019, SIU did manage to come on board. A report was finalized. Recommendations are being implemented, and we do an oversight on that, including other forensic report, whether it's a Strauss report, whether it is the Nexus report. As our commitment, we shall work together with members of the portfolio committee, leave no stone unturned on matters where malfeasance or corruption raises its ugly head. On your last comment on the question that KwaZulu-Natal, because of governance issues at Umgeni, there's a problem of provision of water. That view is not correct. Portfolio committee went there. You could see the major infrastructure projects that are rolled out by Umgeni Water Board, including the support and the turnaround that is being implemented to support eThekwini, Umkhanyakude, you name a number of institutions. But the provision of water to those communities, in the main, still remain the responsibility of water services authorities, of which a number of them are struggling, and we're also supporting them so that they can fulfill their duties. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moore. You may ask a follow-up question.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your response and the detail. I think it's key to cotton on to what you said right at the end, Deputy Minister, where you're saying that the challenges in KwaZulu-Natal aren't necessarily caused by the Water Board, but there's a matter of perception. Where you have governance problems at the Water Board and people without water, they're going to be concerned. So can I ask you to ensure that governance and remuneration practices are beyond reproach, not only at Umgeni Utukela, but across all water boards across the country? Will the ministry request the Auditor General to conduct a focused audit on governance, remuneration, and conflict of interest compliance within the water boards reporting to the department? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Chair, Auditor General of the Republic of South Africa does subject our water entities on a number of issues, from governance issues, internal controls, issues around systems, and issues around service delivery. There has not been an adverse finding on our institution. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to present our annual report with the Acting Minister of Water and Sanitation, that you had a glance of it on how our institution perform. There are areas of weaknesses, admittedly, that we have directed that they should be audit remedial actions by these various institutions. Where necessary, we should be in a position to do an interim audit. But just generally to deal with issues of corruption and malfeasance, you know that you go to Libel and Northern Water, SIU did deal with the issues of Guyana. People are in court. Number of these other investigations are being happening. But just in totality, in our water and sanitation indaba, we agree that on the pillar around fighting corruption, vandalism, and infrastructure disruptions, we have set up a multi-stakeholder task team called the Anti-Corruption of Water and Sanitation, where we have the SIU, you have the police, and other agencies that we need to be able to work together, and more importantly, our ability of safeguarding whistleblowing, because water has been targeted by certain organizations, including mafias, as an opportunity to disrupt issues of the right to have access to water, but also impacting on critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ditebe.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Deputy Minister, while we welcome the investigations underway, what interim measures are in place to ensure that service delivery and infrastructure planning at Umgeni, Utugela Water are not compromised during this period of governance instability, particularly given the water challenges affecting municipalities like eThekwini and others that you have mentioned? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, thank you so much. Honorable Ditebe, you did conduct an oversight and you led the portfolio committee. You can be so assured that, for an example, the upper Umkomas that is being implemented with the various structures that are there is well on track. You look at the aqueducts that were actually dealt with of hundreds of millions of liters that were washed away by the disasters. That problem has been resolved. You look at the southern aqueduct, including the areas that affect Toyota in Durban, there is that particular stability. The problem is not at the level of the bulk water supply. The problem is at the reticulation system. That's why eThekwini, as an example, we have deployed the water board to look at issues of non-revenue water, looking at the possibility of an SPV, because the budget available in eThekwini is not sufficient that they can be able to do what they are supposed to do. Go to the area of Umkanyagude as an intervention. Look at Umandlakazi as a scheme that is shared with the Zululand district. It's back on track because we are implementing that one. We're also intervening in the other municipalities, in the other districts that are there, using that particular issue. The administration remain very stable when it comes to that particular board. But it does not necessarily mean that we don't have to keep an eye, deal very decisively in terms of our accountability framework, where allegations are being made. And we expect very shortly that these reports, they will be on the table and will enforce that the board must implement those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Minister, over the past year, there has been a disturbing pattern of financial mismanagement and questionable decisions at Umgeni Utugela Water Board. We hope that the department has an action plan to ensure full implementation of all recommendations that will derive from the investigation report. How will you and the department ensure consequence management against specific board members who were paid exorbitant fees and those who approved such payments?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
The allegation has been made on the board members, and we've responded to this question to Parliament. When it comes to Umgeni, it's not correct that there was overpayment. What happened is that the board members, ordinarily there is a provision to pay them for 40 hours. Then there is also an additional fee that we're supposed to do. Then there was an under calculation that actually happened. Then the executive, applying our own policy as a department, remember there are rates that board members must be paid on hourly basis, depending on how much time they are spending there, but more importantly, also for the preparation of the board. Then there was these issues of called equalization. In other words, then they were actually to be paid what they are being owed. That component is not going to be part of this investigation. But what is most important is the concern South Africans are raising about the issues of those who are serving in SOEs, the amount of money that is being paid. And as government, there's no way we will not be in a position to be not responsive and become insensitive. There is a border review on how much board members, generally on state-owned companies, we must be able to look at. And equally, those entities that report to the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, we are going to review them so that we ensure that there is no abuse. But for additional board meetings and board hours, there is a provision in the current policy imperatives in the department that you have to be authorized by the shareholder, who's the minister. At this stage, over the last 12 months, there have never been a request of any additional hours. I thank you.
Thank you. The last follow-up will be asked by the Honourable Marchi.
Thank you so much, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, given Rand Water's warning of critically low bulk water reserves and the mounting municipal debt to the entity, what immediate interventions has your department initiated to guarantee uninterrupted water supply to communities in Joburg, South, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane, while the financial and infrastructure issues are being addressed? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Well, it's a new question, but just to indicate that from a governance point of view, ourselves and the Premier of Gauteng, on an ongoing basis, we engage with the municipalities of Gauteng. From a water assurance point of view, we are providing 5.2 billion litres per day in the municipalities of Gauteng. The problem or the mischief is the losses that are above 2.4 billion litres per day. Therefore, the investment by municipalities in Gauteng around the fixing of the leaks, replacement of infrastructure, the turnaround times that they must be able to fix the problem while the water is caching is one of those particular mechanisms. Not all the municipalities in Gauteng are successful, but when you go to Ekurhuleni, there is a good progress that is happening around management of efficiency of their water use. Johannesburg remain vulnerable, the system remain vulnerable, but creating additional storage capacity is the way to go. But the reforms that there are metro trading services that ourselves and the Minister of Finance, we say must be implemented, is the way to go. You ring fence that thing, it becomes a business entity, the budget is ring fenced, so that when you sweat the asset, we have the capability to invest back on the asset, then you can be able to prolong the time span. And then more importantly, you deal with the issues of customer care and customer service. You ensure that people, they get the correct bills all the time, and then ensure that when they have complaints, you are able to respond at a 99.9% in terms of reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable members, question number 990 has been asked by the Honourable Mtsweni to the Minister of Social Development. The question is about what steps the Minister will take to restore accountability, transparency and ethical leadership within her department. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you to the member who asked the question. Honourable Chair, when I took oath of office, I swore to uphold, defend and respect the Constitution of the Supreme Law of the Republic of South Africa. Upon my deployment to the portfolio, I've committed myself to stabilizing the department in its public entities. This is in line with the Government of National Unity strategic priority of building a capable and ethical state and creating a professional public service. All the actions I've taken to date seek to strengthen administrative accountability, integrity, and performance management in line with government's commitment to ethical leadership and good governance. I remain committed, Honorable Chair, in upholding the highest standard of accountability and ethical leadership and to root out maladministration. The ongoing disciplinary actions are based on evidence and due processes that adheres to relevant and legal prescriptions while holding wrongdoers accountable. Honorable Chair, I must inform this House that yesterday I received correspondence from the Joint Committee on Ethics and members' interest for allegation of misleading Parliament. I must, Chair, hasten to say I'll give the committee my full cooperation as I have got nothing to hide. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Mtsweni, you may ask the first follow-up.
Angithokoze sihlalo wendlu. Ngicela ukubuza ungqongqoshe ukuthi uma kungatholakala ukuthi uyena osephutheni kuyo yonke lento eyenzeka eminyangweni wakhe angehla yini esikhundleni ukubuyisela uzinzo eminyangweni wakhe. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. As I have articulated the fact that I took an oath when I joined the office and I'm accountable to that oath. This is the President of the Republic that appoints ministers. And if there's any need for him to recall me, that's the responsibility he has and no one else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Magatu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, beyond the ongoing legal actions mentioned, what concrete institutional mechanism or systems has the minister established within the department to prevent similar breaches of accountability and also to strengthen ethical governance framework across all levels of management? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Chairperson, as you would know that we take tune on the medium-term development plan of 2024-2029, which provides a very clear pathway on the 7th administration to build a capable and ethical state. And this is the commitment that I have as a deployee, as well as the minister. I pursue the national development goals. To achieve this, we need a strong leadership and a capacitated methodical public service that is allergic to any form of corruption or wrongdoing. This is my commitment, Honorable Chairperson, as a member of this august House, but also as a deployee and who have taken oath in office. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The third follow-up will be asked by the Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, you speak of restoring ethical leadership, but how do you lead ethically when your own hands appear to be stained by scandal? Your department is under fire for dodgy procurement deals, irregular appointments, allegations of political interference, and allegations of misleading Parliament regarding the DG appointment, all under your watch. As the saying goes, the fish rots from the head, and Minister, you are the head of this department. Leadership is taking accountability when things go wrong. Minister, what accountability have you taken in this regard? Or do you believe accountability is something that only applies to your officials and not to you as Minister?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. All the process that I've just tabled here and the roles that I've taken in both in the portfolio committee are initiated by myself. All the reports that I committed prior while the honorable members is raising was out of my own commitment that I made both to the portfolio committee and to the people of Republic. And as such, Chair, I'm ahead almost 99% in the implementation of those commitments. Chair, yes, the honorable member is correct. There are difficulties, and this is why I've been bold enough to follow the processes and pronounce myself or where people have been found on the wrong. I must commit into this house that I'll always do that on behalf of the poor, Chair, regardless of the person who have been alleged to have been involved into that. Nothing will change me, Honorable Chairperson, even by any ways to move me or make me to be afraid of taking such decisions. I am prepared and I'm committed to do so as I've done already, without any advice from anyone else. I thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question has been awarded to the Honourable Marais.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Minister, you've just recently dismissed your department spokesperson, Mrs. Lumka Olifant, allegedly because you suspect her of having been involved in leaking of information about your trip to the US, which involved unnecessary usage of public funds. If this is true, as she posed it is, would you consider such conduct from you and would you consider such conduct from yourself as an epitome of ethical leadership? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. The honourable members is aware of the fact that what she is saying here is not so true. Ms. Olifant has been found guilty on a number of allegations and the conduct. In the center of that are the allegations of corruption. And this is why I'm saying here and now, I'm not moved by anything in trying to uproot corruption in the department where I'm deployed. On the matter of the 3 million and New York, we are committed to say we'll bring a detailed report before the DST Portfolio Committee, like we did to other committees. We are busy because the first report they could not accept, which was fine. We are sending them more to make sure that we are transparent on the matter. Chair, it's our commitment to make sure that we look after the purse and make sure that the money of the poor is not being squandered by anyone else, even myself in this case. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, question number 1012 has been asked by the Honourable Sihabi to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is, given that underspending for the 2023-2024 financial year stood at 531 million rand and increased to 830.8 million rand in the 2024-2025 financial year, what strategy has her department adopted to curb the growing underspending, and whether she has taken any steps to initiate consequence management against the officials who underperformed in their duties and responsibilities? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and good afternoon, all honourable members. It is important to note, Honourable Siabi, that 511 million of the 830 of under expenditure is related to emergency housing program, which deals with disaster. The year 24-25, the department submitted a request for additional funding of about 1.7 billion as part of the unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure to cater for the construction of temporary shelters in dealing with disaster for beneficiaries who were affected that had occurred across various provinces, but in the main, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Gauteng. National Treasury only communicated this request in response on 7th February 2025, approving an amount of 426 under the unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure process. This approval only gave us 1 month and 3 weeks to be exact to the end of the financial year, which will be 31 March 2025. It was not fully possible to utilize the money in the period that was given in the same financial year, which resulted in the underspending. Notwithstanding this, the department was able to issue purchase orders committing the entire 511, thereby ensuring that the funds were contractually committed for the implementation of the subsequent period. We have presented to the portfolio committee in trying to mitigate this and cap further and improve on the disaster management, a framework with disaster plans for the 4 provinces in particular to ensure that such does not recur. It must be noted that it is in the context of late approval of additional funding for emergency response. It is usually unforeseen and unavoidable. Hence, it is a fund that funds disaster. If disaster happens and you seek additional, it makes it challenging to spend the additional fund. But the reduction or the reducement of the PERS is what causes a difficult problem. This current financial year, we only have 300 million for disasters. So if we have heavy rain in December, it does mean that by January, we will be seeking additional funding if there is additional risks and disasters, and a response will always be delayed. So given the above considerations, Chair, we found that there is no need for any consequence management, but rather to tighten the systems in terms of creation of disaster plans in the fire belt, in the Western Cape, in the flood disaster area, in both KZN and the Eastern Cape, to improve the turnaround time for response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 137.10a, the Honourable Ditebe will ask the first follow-up question.
Thank you, House Chair. I will take, as you've said, the question on behalf of our Chair, Honourable Seabi. Minister, thank you very much for a very lucid and comprehensive response, indicating that indeed the ANC has policies that are pro-poor and the vulnerable. Minister, given the reallocation of unspent conditional grant funds away from underperforming provinces, how does the department intend to balance reallocation with the constitutional and developmental obligation to advance spatial transformation and equitable human settlements across all provinces?
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you for the follow-up question, Honourable Ditebe. The reallocation framework has been follow the policy of the Department of Human Settlement in relation to emergency housing program. We ensure that we try to the best of what is available in the kit on basis of the assessment of all provinces to equitably receive a portion of what will be meant for disasters. In the financial year 2024-25, the other 5 provinces didn't make a claim in regard to emergency housing because they did not record any disasters. And that means we do an increase in additional allocation on provinces who would have suffered more disaster. For example, the Western Cape in terms of fires, and KZN, eThekwini, KwaDukuza, uMgungundlovu, and Lady Smith konje Mnambit, but I wanted the municipality though, where we have done additional funding for disasters to ensure that they are able to cover on the great space variety of the disasters that they faced. The assessment is what informs us as aligned and affected to our policy in terms of emergency housing program. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The second follow-up will be asked by the Honourable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, with this government being able to build just over 2 million houses in the past 30 years, you'd understand the concern of South Africans as it pertains to the underspending and also the irregular expenditure that has taken place within the department, which in the financial year of 23-24 was just above 1 billion rand and has affected the sentiment of South Africans, particularly those poor South Africans who are waiting for houses. What consequence management has your department taken to curb irregular expenditure that has reached billions of rands in your department in holding officials to account who have clearly not delivered to the housing needs of South Africans. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. I'm not sure where do you get your figures. The houses which have been built, they are over 4 million since the inception of the program of BNG. And secondly, provinces, as we are a concurrent function that have been found to have returned the money, highest is the Western Cape, followed by Gauteng and Free State. Western Cape, in terms of us dealing with support, they took the verification to National Treasury, questioning the logic and the veracity of the assessment of the department. We've concluded that case with that allocation having approved to be correct. We do in our business plan, as I've indicated, on the 3 provinces, and I'm glad to say Free State is at around 77% this financial year, and they will see themselves spending their 100%. The same with Gauteng, the same with the approval of the adjusted business plan for Western Cape. The issue here is more about support into giving a concurrent function which is given to provinces and ultimately municipalities who are unable to spend. You do not, when a child is unable to dress himself, take away the clothes and give them to the child who's able to dress himself much faster than the other one. It's disaster plans, it's management plans, it's support plans aligned to Section 154 so that they are able to spend. And in the 3 where there was stop and reallocation because of poor spending, all the 3 provinces are now showing signs after all the framework has been reviewed and has been given. But in terms of the 2 million, the figure is not correct. Currently in our system, we have around 3 million who are on the waiting list for the BNG allocation of houses. I don't know where 2 million comes from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The 3rd supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Gamede.
Honorable Minister, is Alfred Dumala Pagla Maspala Tubus. In addition to outlining the steps to be taken, could the Minister please detail the specific measurable key performance indicators and a timeline by which the department intends to demonstrate a quantifiable improvement in accountability and transparency, particularly concerning the allocation and expenditure of public funds? Furthermore, what mechanisms will be put in place to ensure that senior management and political appointees are personally held responsible for lapses in ethical conduct going forward?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I've already indicated that we have got a framework which is aligned to our housing policy. We subsequently, before the transfer, we create business plan with provinces, including metros, which we jointly approve, and put up a support system for them to be able to spend. Honorable House Chair, of course, this is a new question, but the allocation of funds as well is attached to the business plan, because the business plan talks specifically to a number of a house to municipalities, which are then quantified in terms of the program. If it's a first house financing, how much will a province be allocated? If it's BNG, the normally RDP house, how many houses per province, per which municipality, and how much will be allocated? So equitably, we try to deal with those. We are adopting a new approach now in terms of trying to get our business plan to be 80-20, 80% focusing on all the block projects, particularly in the Northwest Free State, Gauteng, and the Western Cape, and the 20% allocation to either planning or commencement of new projects. That's how we allocate the funds. But nonetheless, IPASEL, we presented that framework review in the portfolio committee this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we would like to know whether the department has engaged National Treasury to consider the reallocation or the reprioritization of unspent funds in line with DORA to prevent fiscal waste and delayed service delivery. And have you considered as a department to also try to amend policies to speak to the decentralization of the emergency funds? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Let me start with the latter portion of the question because I think the first one I've dealt with it much thoroughly. The issue of reallocation of funds and stoppages is aligned to DORA because we are just transferring. Of the 34 billion that we have, around 30 billion of it goes straight into the 9 provinces on the basis of their business plan. And we oversee and jointly assist in spending. So they carry procurement and everything. But also on stop and reallocation, we don't lose the money back to provinces. In the 3 example of the Western Cape, Free State and Gauteng, the money was reallocated to KZN, Limpopo and Mpumalanga, who were spending well in the programs of human settlement. So it was not lost into or back into the fiscus. So the reallocation of what National Treasury has been able to agree with the department is that it must be on the basis of the ones who are spending strong. Why are we pumping support into the other 3 provinces so that they don't recur as part of the people who will be reallocated in terms of spending or losing the money that they will all supposed to spend on the basis of the allocation that would have been made by National Treasury. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, question number 1043 has been asked by the Honourable Hadebe to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is, given the escalating water infrastructure backlog that the Republic is facing, what is the department's national plan to accelerate investment, maintenance and the rehabilitation of key bulk and municipal water infrastructure? And what role does the department envision for alternative water sources such as reuse, desalination and groundwater development in securing the Republic's long-term water future? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Upungane has decided to ask a very, very big question. Maybe firstly, let's just say South Africa in terms of SDG, we're at 90%, we have to fulfill the question of the remaining 10%. What is the mischief? The 90% does not mean people have water all the time. Reliability has came down to 67%. Non-revenue water is actually as high as 48%. Then in terms of the guarantee whether South Africa will run out of water or not water, we have 17 billion cubic meters per annum, which is the design yield of the current system in terms of surface water. But the actual in terms of the yield, we have about 15 billion cubic meters per annum. You can think that we have a deficit of 2 billion cubic meters per annum. The reality is that that's not the case. We do have localized deficit in certain catchment and other areas that were exposed to due to issues of climate change. But in terms of water assurance, South Africa remains at 98%, 98.2%. But what it means, we have to proceed with our big infrastructure projects needing more than 100 billion rands, like your Klein Williams Dam, your Mzumvubu, your Lesotho Highlands, you name all of them. That funding can only come through going to the markets. That's why the SPV in terms of TCTA, we borrow the monies with the concurrence of National Treasury. We then in a position to fulfill our bond. We are going to go to a National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency that we have amended the bill so that we can bring together the fleet of more than 120 billion rands as something that you can go to the market and say, this is an assurance. We are actually looking at a possibility that that National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency will be operational as of next year. We'll appoint the board this year. That will guarantee you the issues of water security. When it comes to water services, you know that you have 144 water services authority, 105 of them, they are doing badly. In terms of the AG report, our own reports, for them to be able to push from 67% reliability to 80%, non-revenue water from 47% to below 20%, we need about 400 billion rands. And that money is not there. Where will the money come from? There's a traditional funding. Our own department gives 14 billion rands per annum. When you include other departments like human settlement and other traditional grants, we give about 60 billion rand per annum. That's not sufficient. On rates and taxes, we should be able to ensure that the money from the water sales, when you ring fence it, you can have a quantum leap to be able to deal with that particular problem. Then the second component is called blended finance, where you go through the infrastructure fund and the infrastructure agents that is there. And out of the 43 billion rands that we've got in terms of issues of infrastructure, 23 billion rands have gone to water and sanitation. You can go to Olifant Sport in Pulugwane and other areas that have been in a position to benefit. Then there's an element called blended green bonds and blue bonds. When you look in terms of issues of reuse, you can be able to treat effluent, sell it for other users. You can be able to treat the sludge, do manufacturing of fertilizers, but also produce the gas. That's what we call it a circular economy. It's one of the biggest things that this country must be able to do when you have issues of water scarcity. Coastal towns and coastal provinces, we have to do desalination. The problem of power, which was a problem, has been resolved. We have
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
The issues of the brine. Thank you.
That initial 4 minutes has run out. Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. No, I rose on Rule 83 of the NA rules that the member should never read a speech but refresh their minds, and commend the Deputy Minister for practicing exactly that, speaking from the heart. Thank you.
Now, indeed, it's commendable that the Deputy Minister knows all of those figures by heart. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 137.10A, Honourable Langa will take charge of the first follow-up.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honourable Deputy Minister Mahlobo, given the growing concerns over deteriorating water infrastructure and delays in rehabilitation projects, has the department conducted an assessment to identify provinces or municipalities most at risk of total infrastructure collapse? And if so, what immediate actions are being prioritized to prevent widespread water shortages and ensure uninterrupted supply, especially in rural and peri-urban communities? And maybe just to add as in a comment, Honourable Mahlobo, you know, the water issues have even affected members. I don't know how, but those members living in Acacia Park have had restrictions from yesterday. So I don't know how they made it here today, but it shows commitment. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you, Honourable Member. I wanted to say that it's good that the aircon is set very low today. Honourable Deputy Minister.
I think it's a regrettable situation, but it's very good that you as lawmakers, you can feel what people go through. It's an emotive matter. Let me assure you, Honourable Wablanga, that the struggling municipalities, they cut across from metros, big towns, and rural municipalities. Out of the 105 that are struggling, they've put issues called turnaround plans for water. The turnaround plans says, let's do operational efficiency of the current system. That your process controllers, your issues of civil, mechanical, the system works. And then you have the capacity to respond. Immediately there's a failure, because one of the problems that makes people angry is the inability to respond. We have also in our own department to help them because they don't have capacity. We have decided rather than to give them direct grants, we give them indirect grants. We deploy our agencies like the construction unit, our own water boards and MISA just to support them. But metros are also a big risk, like you know right now. Therefore, in the metros, they've been prioritized. You know, eThekwini President has intervened. We're making progress. We're not out of the woods. We're intervening in Johannesburg. We're intervening in Tswana. Therefore, the reforms around metro trading services is a mechanism to support. Some of these municipalities, they're in the ICU. That's why we had to do something called SPV, which is a special purpose vehicle at Mfuleni, and many other municipalities are looking at that because the backlogs they will have no way in the next 10 years or 15 years to be able to address that particular issue. And citizens cannot wait while government is sorting its own capacity. That's why we're bringing private sector, bringing our own experts, but also bringing in communities. One of the things, if you find time, please go to Edumbe. There's a school there. There's something called atmospheric water solution. You grab the air, and then from there we are able to actually condense it and produce water for communities.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, regarding the inclusion of desalination, groundwater, water reuse in the National Water Resource Strategy, what progress has been made in operationalizing the use of these alternative water sources? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
In a province of the Western Cape, in the Eastern Cape, and in KwaZulu-Natal, there are desalination plants, but they were not actually utilized to the optimum on the basis of power supply. They require more power. There was also the question of the disposal of the brine. Now that the grid is being stabilized, we want all the coastal provinces that were able to use desalination as a technology. It was a little bit expensive. We have taken a decision even to do an RFP so that we can actually invite private users that they can come in, build, own, operate, train and transfer over a period of time, but manage the question of the price of water. When it comes to groundwater, South Africa has a lot of groundwater, but the geological formation remains a problem. We have done the entire network. Very shortly, we are going to be rolling out groundwater exploration in a number of provinces, especially where there is no infrastructure. We will be able to deal with the question of availability of energy using wind in terms of wind pipes. We are going to be able to use issues of solar, but we must deal with the issue of water quality. There is a problem of water quality because of densification and human behavior and the kind of the sewer system where the septic tanks that are being used. Therefore, the issues of treatment of groundwater is an important issue to support these institutions. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Hlazo Webster.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for your responses thus far, Deputy Minister. The question I want to ask really is, given that we need to have a sense of urgency, I think what citizens want at the end of the day when it comes to water is to see a sense of urgency from government. And given the impacts of the collapse of infrastructure on lives, on livelihoods, on the economy, on the health sector, is there an opportunity, or would this ministry consider an opportunity to actually declare a national water infrastructure emergency in a similar way to what we saw with the electricity crisis, so that we can fast-track investment, we can fast-track procurement, we can fast-track even the deployment of technical capacity, so that we see the resolve of the water crisis that we have in this country?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
The President has responded. He says that water is one of the priority areas. It's a crisis we face. There is no question about that now. That's why, as a response, we convene a water summit. We agreed on a number of set of actions, but we must admit there are those who are supposed to come to the party that are not coming to the party in terms of the agreed commitments we've made. One of the matters we've agreed we'll intervene, whether through Section 139, Section 63, the Presidential Working Group are some of the mechanisms on trying to turn around the situation rather than to leave the situation on local government. About a month ago, with Minister Kotongwane and Deputy Minister Sarupin, we met with all the metros because we are worried about them. We have agreed and given them a timeline that the reforms around metro trading services, by the end of this year, they should have actually created that institutional capability so that we can do some of those particular issues. But government alone will not be able to hold those who are supposed to deliver accountable. The issues of civil society, the issues of community organization, including the media and communities themselves, we must be held accountable as public representatives around delivery of services. I thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, given that your department has the highest vacancy rate in the regions of 40%, with a substantial shortage of these being scientists and engineers who have contributed to the department's delays in key infrastructure projects, how does your department plan on capacitating itself so that it ensures that as of today, we unlock key infrastructure bulk water projects? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
The article that said we have the highest vacancy rate, we had actually an approved organogram with some unfunded vacancies. It has been cleaned. Our vacancy rate is less than 2%. We'll submit it to the portfolio committee. And more importantly, around key strategic position, around engineers, scientists, geologists, and all those particular ones, those positions are being filled. And we're attracting the best of the best. But other than that, we have a pipeline. There's something called Learning Academy in the department. In the Learning Academy, we give bursaries, people go to universities in the various fields in our space of water, science and engineering to do. But more importantly, in our Water Research Commission, we have more doctoral fellows that are actually registered with our Water Research Commission. It's our own institution. I don't want even to count the number of people who are doing master's degrees in these particular areas. And more importantly, there are many, many people that our universities with higher education, they are producing them more. But what we need to do is to allow them space, ensure that especially at local government level, we hire the people that are very suitable, because our biggest worry in terms of the AG report, engineering report in terms of the council, is the infrastructure capability at municipalities. That is actually below the rating of D+ or D-. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we move to question number 1013, has been asked by the Honorable G.D. Khabo to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. The question is, given that 82 million has been reprioritized to fund the introduction of video assistant referee technology in professional football, what procurement processes were followed in selecting the service provider for the VAR technology, and how will his department ensure value for money in this investment? I have been informed that the minister will be answering questions through the virtual platform. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And thank you very much for the question. Well, the service provider has not been appointed for the VAR. I also want to add that FIFA rules requires us to do it through SAFA, in conjunction with SAFA. SAFA in turn has invited the PSL, has invited us, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and various experts to sit on a panel, which will then adjudicate for the preferred service provider. That's one. Then the part two of the question is that, you know, VAR is no longer nice to have. It is a necessity. And we are the top league on the African continent. The PSL is the top league in the African continent. And you look at countries like Morocco, that has had VAR from 2019. And the money is not only for VAR, but it's also to make sure there's network points, because children, women going to the stadium, you can't use your phone while you're at the stadium, and it's very unsafe not to be able to make a call. whatever emergency is there. Let's say you get a heart attack. You can't call for help while you're at the stadium. So part of this money is not only for VAR, but it's also to make sure that there is connectivity in all the main stadiums. So you look at a lot of things, Honourable Speaker, that we as the department looked at. Our players, we can't be in the Stone Ages when we are going to the World Cup, as we've qualified for the World Cup, as we've qualified for the African Cup of Nations, and play against people that understand how VAR works. Even our referees are at a great disadvantage because they would not be able to be selected for these main games because they are not exposed to this much needed technology, which is VAR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I have been informed that in accordance with Rule 137, Honorable Low will take over the question, the first supplementary question.
Yes, House Chair, even though I'm not answered by the Minister. And noting that VAR implementation depends on an adequate broadcast infrastructure, trained referees, and stadium connectivity. What assessment has the department or SAFA conducted to determine readiness for this rollout, and how will any identified gaps be addressed?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. Look, we are not the first country in the world to have VAR. We are one of the last countries in the world. So there's multiple examples of how it should be done. This is not inventing the wheel. This is just building another wheel or manufacturing another wheel. So this is also not rocket science. It will work. There's no, technology is something that you can have in this country and that country. So for me, that's not really an issue to say, are we comparable in South Africa to have this type of technology? It has been used prior to today when there was an important game, CAF important games they were hosting here, CAF games, they use VAR for that specific day. So we know it works. And I think part of the process is to make sure that we get the best companies that have done this thing before. So that will all be part of the requirements to have a world-class video assistant refereeing technology here. But also the issue of training, that's very important. We can't just come there and say, here's the thing, switch it on. We definitely, Honorable, going to get, FIFA has manuals and modules regarding training, what needs to happen, what type of training. There's a universal exam that everybody's writing. There's no exam that's for Africa and one for Europe. So all the people that, and there's no training modules that differs. So we will have to go through all of that, and that's what we intend to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, while your department has slashed funding to other sporting codes by up to 60%, including those preparing for the Olympics, which you promised to support, you've redirected 82 million rand to SAFA, a federation that cannot even track yellow cards. With VAR projected to cost a further 70,000 rand per match, no feasibility study to justify the expense, and ongoing governance concerns surrounding SAFA and its president, how do you defend rewarding mismanagement with public money while other sporting codes are being defunded? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think the question is just also very mischievous, because I'll explain this why I'm saying that, Honorable Potgieter. We are not helping SAFA here. We are helping the people of South Africa here. SAFA is taking care of our football, but the soccer-loving people are being robbed by corrupt referees, number one. Number two, there are dubious goals being allowed. There are dubious offsides being allowed. We're also helping the stadium management, because in those cases, if you follow soccer and you attend matches, you'll know sometimes chairs are being broken, lives are being put at risk because fans will lose their mind. They will throw bottles and objects on the field. So this is not for SAFA. SAFA is the custodian of soccer, but this is for the people, the majority of people, the soccer-loving people. And to come back to your question of slashing, and I want to use two examples of what you are speaking about. Wrestling, for instance, in this country, we slashed wrestling by 60%. And we met with them. We said, there's a new sheriff in town, and this sheriff requires you. We've given you money. You need to tell us what you did with the money. Wrestling came back. They told us exactly what they did with the money. We have now given them 70%, although we slashed 60% of the money. We are giving them more than what they usually got. We cannot reward bad behavior. What you're talking about slashing about the Olympics, let's talk about ASA, Athletics South Africa. I mean, how do I, as a minister, use state money for organization that is in the news, swiping credit cards at Truworths, swiping credit cards at the tavern? I must get answers. Yesterday, in your presence, I managed to get answers from SASCOC, and that they will take action against such wrongdoing. It's only now today that we are talking to SASCOC to give them the 60% that we've slashed. So it's not that we're not going to give them the money, but we cannot just give money, and officials are flying first class and living the life while athletes
Honorable
must sell both
Minister,
roles.
your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mtaung.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Minister, SAFA is bankrupt. They can't pay salaries. SAFA themselves have said that they don't have money for VAR. So is it your role maybe to shove this VAR down to their throat? Is it this not politically interference with the SAFA saga? South African soccer is not a political glory for your scoring cheap mileages. Just like the one that you did with the SAFA letter, the FIFA letter. Where is the money is going to be for the maintenance for the VAR going to come from? From the same 82 million, which is the initial cost. Why are you not staying in your role or in your lane? Because the risk that the SAFA is sanctioned because of your continuous interference and the administration of the soccer.
Honorable Mtaung, your time has expired, sir. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying whoever wrote the questions for honorable member has done him a deep injustice. He himself does not understand the question he's asking me, but I'm going to attempt to answer, Honorable Speaker. Number one, I am not trying to curry favor with no one. Are you saying that a country like South Africa should not have VAR, but Egypt has VAR, the whole world has VAR, Morocco has VAR, Tunisia has VAR? What do you guys think we are? What do you, Honorable Member, think our country is? That's why other countries say, you guys in South Africa, you are in the Stone Age. We are a developing country, Honorable Member. And thereby, we must go with the times. And it is required, it's not a favor, as I stated previously, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member that asked the question. This is part of football. How do we know a time will come when they say you cannot play in this league or players can't come here because they can't get insurance because of VAR? That's number one. Number two, there was no interference. There's a difference between interference and asking questions. People were going crazy saying, we need to know what happened with the yellow card saga. Now that we have qualified, we should not let excitement now make us forget the rules, and people want answers. I can never interfere. That's the last thing I can do. I've seen what happened with India when they interfered with FIFA and they prevented the president and the secretary general from going to the office. What I did merely was to say, can you give us answers? The South African public must know about that. And I had to apologize to FIFA. So this thing where people are saying is interference, it's either laziness to read properly what I wrote there. I was merely just asking the question. As a minister of sport, what do you mean in my lane? We are talking about sports here. We are not talking about water. If maybe it was water and sanitation, I would have been out of my lane. But this is sports. This is my lane. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, your time has expired. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mthethwa.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Chair.
Ways. Deputy Minister.
I think Honorable Mackenzie should probably appreciate. We'll close the tap, you will not breathe. Thank you.
I withdraw, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Basoba, I withdraw.
He has withdrawn. Please don't put us under siege. You are under siege already in Acacia. Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, you've just said that you will get best modules from FIFA. Are you therefore nullifying the statement made during the PC sitting that training has already been done? If not, has training been conducted for the use of video assistant referee? That's what VAR stands for others. If so, how were trainees selected? How long did it take? Did the training take? And how long will it take? Or how long did the training take, or how long will it take? And what are the associated costs with the training?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Via email. Okay, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Honorable Madikizen. Please, can we just respect the session? Yes. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Speaker, never, as I said, training has commenced. There was nowhere in the PC where I said training has commenced. I said we are going out with part of this money to go and advertise for the best, for the people to be part of the training, particularly the youth and women, to be part of the video assistant referees. Or referees that understands video assistant technology. I have never said that we've had training. Training has not happened. We have put together the document. We are talking about it. It will soon commence, and it will be a transparent process. Honorable Member Mthethwa.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we now move to Honorable Mende.
Well, thank you very much, House Chair. Now, House Chair, I rise on Rule 127, motion on the question of privilege, and ask the House that it must establish a convention that every minister who must answer a question must come here physically, because we look very clumsy. We can't have all other ministers here and then we have just one minister on hybrid. It should not be allowed. Thank you, I move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente. I would have thought that maybe before the session had started, the first presiding officer would have said that the minister did write a letter to the speaker asking that he be on the virtual platform due to other commitments, and he was granted to then answer questions on the virtual platform. But it is true, maybe it should be one of the issues that will be discussed in the Rules Committee, so that we establish that format of saying all ministers within that cluster who are answering questions must avail themselves in the House. That I will leave it upon you as this House to then, when you attend the Rules Committee, you are able to also put those issues forward. Thank you very much. We'll then move to question number 1041 that has been asked by Honorable Hlazo Webster to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is whether a department has assessed and quantified the number of job losses and business closures that have occurred because of systematic water supply failures in the past year. If not, why not? If so, what were the findings in this regard, and whether a department has developed a plan to ensure that recurring water disruptions do not continue to result in job losses and economic decline? And if not, why not? What are the relevant details? I will now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thanks to Honorable Hlazo Webster. We have not conducted an assessment, but there are instances that certain companies have left other municipalities. In the Northwest, you know the issue of Ditsobotla, a company left to another province. In Mpumalanga, in Standerton, another company nearly left. We intervened. In KwaZulu-Natal, in Durban, there were problems. What we do, we have a structure I'm responsible for. It's called Strategic Water Partnership. All the business sector is there, whether strategic users, Eskom, Sosol, Coca-Cola, and all of them, including the mines. We meet on quarterly basis and we have a plan on how business is supporting issues of water security and also water provisioning. For an example, in the Northern Cape, to deal with the issue of water disruption, we're to do the Valga Mahara scheme. Phase 1, we did with the mines. They spent billions of rands, we all contributed, so that pipeline can ensure that mining operation continue to operate. In Mkhalakwena, a mine called Ivan Plants, a very powerful strategic mine in the continent, nearly left on the basis that there was no effluent available. We're to agree with the mine to do the state-of-the-art wastewater treatment works. They build it. Then they are using effluent. Anglo is doing the same, getting from Pulugwan. At the very same time, we are working with the mines. When you go to Skukune, all those mines that are there in the Nebo Plateau, we are putting 50%, ensuring that there is no water disruption. But then there's an issue about water quality. You know, when there is a problem about water quality, certain organizations and businesses, they need pristine quality because in terms of the World Trade Organization, when it comes to health and hygiene, your products can be thrown out if the quality is not good. Those are some of the mechanisms that we're working to get. About 3 weeks ago, I had to work with my team when assurance of supply to Eskom through Usutu Val scheme, where nearly 5 power stations, because of vandalism of infrastructure, they nearly went down in terms of water availability. It dropped by nearly 40%. We then had to use the first sub scheme so that we can be able to do that. And Eskom had to be able to bring their own technical teams. They brought the infrastructure and the power systems are back working, but you will not have noticed because of that coordination mechanism that is there. But business continues to play an important role. You look at Durban, around what Toyota and others are doing, Johannesburg, the city of Cape Town, the work that is done by Coca-Cola rolling out water provisioning through groundwater system in many provinces, especially in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo, but also in Mpumalanga, you can go there. Mines are giving us water in terms of water reclamation from the mine. They treat it to high level of quality. Steve Twete is using that water, Victor Kanye and the Malahleni. There are these mechanisms that are there so that we can be able to respond. But we need to do an economic impact assessment. Sosol, when there was a closure of the maintenance by Randwater, Sosol in Sosolbek nearly wanted to close, but because of the relationship that exists, including Fort in Pretoria, those are some of the instances where we are very live, and our technical teams work with business on daily basis to manage the operational efficiency of the systems. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Webster.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. So 2 parts as a follow-up to my question. The first is, will you actually commit to have that economic impact assessment done so that government is then able to prioritize budget based on the outcome of that impact assessment? The second is that, are you willing to actually impose Section 63 of the Water Services Act in those instances? Because small businesses are likely to remain impacted when there are water shortages or interruptions. So are you willing to impose Section 63 so that you get community-based organizations, NPOs, or business to actually formally then intervene in terms of making sure that water is distributed?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Let me indicate that in terms of the growth path for the country is not going to grow unless we address the question of network industries, including water, logistics, freight, electricity. Because who's going to invest when you don't have all these necessary aspects that are there? Therefore, you could see, even in the infrastructure plan for the country, there's a lot of investment, but that's not adequate. That's why we went to the markets. We did the Africa Investment Summit to get more money. We still have to get more money so that at least if the infrastructure availability is enhanced, then the prospect of investment will be there, but also keeping the existing investments. I need to indicate that we will speak with our partners as government to check in terms of being behind the curve around investment infrastructure, what opportunity and cost loss that we've actually suffered. Section 63 interventions, will do them where it is necessary. But our idea is that firstly, we'll support them. Coming closely in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, support these municipalities. And when they resist, one of the mechanisms I indicated, we don't give them direct grants. We do indirect grants, mobilize the capacity for implementation. But for Section 63 to work, it must work hand in hand with Section 139, because there is a correlationship in law. But more importantly, we must admit that local government leadership, they too must come to the party and do what they are supposed to do. Because national government, we can support them to a particular extent, but support resources and capability have a limitation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Reddy.
I will be asking this question on behalf of Honorable Reddy. Honorable Deputy Speaker, communities across South Africa are losing hope and jobs because of political deployments, not competence. Then they decide who run our water entities. Can the minister explain why the department continues to recycle failed administrators and politically connected board members instead of appointing qualified water professionals who can actually deliver water to our people? I thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Honorable Zwit. I don't know whether it's your follow-up or whether it's Honorable Reid. But if you are the messenger for Comrade Reddy, please advise him as a former board member of one of our water boards, but also as a former councillor at eThekwini. They are men and women, highly educated, engineers, geologists, accountants and lawyers. It must never cast aspersion. It does not necessarily mean that they are not fallible as human beings. When it comes to issues of misdeeds, issues of governance failure, we do them, but we apply our minds. Nobody in that water boards, in those entities, are members of the body that are not supposed to be there. We actually go through them. They go through a selection process, they come to cabinet, and then we pass them. But Comrade Reddy knows he was there. The less I say, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, Honorable Hlazo Webster's question came in two parts. The second part you've answered extensively. But I'd like to go back to the first part, which is about job losses, and ask, Honourable Minister, will you table within 60 days a metro by metro estimate of jobs lost to water outages and a time-bound recovery plan with clear targets? And I'm talking about non-revenue water, storage days, augmentation, with step support or intervention where targets are missed. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. Honorable Mo, you will appreciate that to do an assessment about job losses is highly involved. There are a number of indicators and matrices that we can do. We will not be able to do that. But what I can assure you we can do, because we work with you, with all the municipalities, all the metros. They have the turnaround plans for their own metros. We can be in a position to demand that we can share with you with that particular information. The only problem is not that they don't have plans. It's the discipline on implementation. But it's also the discipline about the choices. For an example, we said ring-fence budget. If you don't ring-fence budget, how do you think you're going to actually sweat an asset? When we say that build a capacity that if there's a leak, fix the leak within a short, reasonable period, because we are losing water, we are inconveniencing other people. When we are going to allow illegal connections, they make people that are in the high-lying areas to have less pressure, and they don't have water. We'll be able to submit that. But what we need to do collectively is to support them, hold them accountable, and where necessary, let's intervene. Because those people who are staying in those municipalities, they too, under the sun, they do have the right to life, which is the right to water. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Makri.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, considering that the persistent water insecurity continues to threaten livelihoods and economic activity, particularly in rural communities where access to reliable water supply remains severely limited, what concrete timelines has the department set for the implementation of sustainable water infrastructure rehabilitation projects? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable, what we can do, we can actually, whatever mechanism, depending who's representing you in the portfolio committee, we made a decision that out of the 144 municipalities, 105 of them, water services authorities, they are unable to discharge their responsibility. What we did, we produced an intervention plan for all of them, including those municipalities in the far-flung rural areas where our people reside. In that particular document, we'll be able to share with you what projects are we doing, whether using groundwater, completing incomplete projects, and other mechanisms, including technical support. It's there, even the budgets that we're going to do. But it does not necessarily mean it will solve the problem immediately. It will try to stabilize the situation. And then in certain instances, we are doing the deployment between COGTA and ourselves. When it comes to MESA, construction unit, our water boards, and in certain provinces like at home in Mpumalanga, we are using other implementing agents like district municipality. I know the district municipality called Kersibande is one of the best implementing agents we have in the country around issues of water provision. If the capacity exists in a district, that's what we'll do. But also on the neighboring districts or neighboring municipalities that have that particular capacity. But we're investing more and more in terms of supporting them. Using the district development model, we're also bringing in the capacity that exists in private sector and other communities to help. But I will not be able in these 2 to 3 minutes give you in each municipality, but I do have it even here on my system. We can share with that information. Then you can hold us accountable on the role, how are we oversighting them, how are we supporting and intervening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, honorable members. Time allocated for questions of today has expired. All outstanding questions will then have written responses. Honorable members would remember that on the 28th of May, we had 4 questions from the social development that were not responded to. An additional of 30 minutes has been allocated for these questions. We then move over to those 4 questions that have been allocated, and I will now then, question number 613, which has been asked by Honorable K.S. Ramayila to the Minister of Social Development. The question is, given the intervention to extend the operationalization of the SA Social Security Agency Gold Card beyond 31 May 2025 to enable beneficiaries to access their social grants, what is the current replacement rate and is the acceleration strategy to transition all beneficiaries to the post-bank black cards? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the replacement rate is progressing well, a bit slow in some provinces than others. At the beginning of the transition, Postbank had over 2 million clients in its records. By mid-May, over 700,000 of these clients had been migrated to other banks. Most clients who move from Postbank are from KZN, with almost 150,000, followed by Limpopo, with almost 110,000. What this tells us is that, Honorable House Chair, Postbank clients used the transition to move to other banks. By mid-May, Postbank was left with 728,000 clients. To ensure a smooth transition from SASSA Gold Card to Postbank Black Card, the following principles are key. One, the extension of Gold Card validity. The SASSA Gold Card will remain active beyond the initial deadline. Support to clients exercising voluntary migration. In this, SASSA will continue to prioritize clients who wish to migrate to other banks. The regulatory compliance, Postbank will maintain full regulatory compliance throughout the card replacement. On the updated regulatory framework, the South African Reserve Bank will issue a new variation notice to Postbank once it has concluded its internal processes. Once issued, the notice will outline revised conditions that Postbank must adhere to during transition. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ramayila.
Thank you, Minister. What are then the recent developments regarding this acquisition or card swaps from gold to black by these SASSA beneficiaries, the 728,000 remaining members from the Postbank? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. As I've indicated that Postbank clients have taken advantage of this and they've swapped or moved from Postbank to other banks. And of course, Chair, this is informed by the fact that the incident that we had when the deadlines could not have been met and our people were made to stand in long queues, they automatically decided to change from Postbank to the other banks, which SASSA does accept that because individuals should take their own individual responsibility and choose their bank out of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Makri.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I'm covered by the previous questioner. Thank you.
Okay. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in the context of the accelerated migration strategy, what comprehensive risk management and contingency frameworks are in place to mitigate potential payment interruptions, cybersecurity vulnerabilities, and accessibility barriers, particularly for beneficiaries in rural or technologically marginalized areas? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. House Chair, as the honorable members might be aware of the fact that SASSA for the longest time have been dealing with these challenges that member has been outlining. And this is why it has brought a new system that is biometrics, where they can be able to pick up any untoward exercise into individuals' cards. But also, as we have just introduced this and it's take longer, we have also put a facial recognition as one of the ways to recognize and make sure that we pay the right person at the right time. These are all the strategies in trying to curb the challenges that our recipients have been going through. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nontenja. Honorable Nontenja. Your mic is muted, Honorable Nontenja.
Yes,
please unmute. Thank you. Thank you.
It was frozen. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hope the Honorable Minister is going to answer my question at this point. She didn't answer the previous one. With the Post Bank Black Card intended as the future platform, the pace and inclusivity of the migration process becomes crucial. Clarity is needed on both the current progress and the strategy going forward. What specific outreach and logistical measures are being implemented to ensure that rural, elderly, and digitally excluded beneficiaries are not marginalized during the transition from the SASSA Gold Card to the Post Bank Black Card? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If honorable members would remember that black cards are specifically for clients of Post Bank. This has been introduced by Reserve Bank when it picked up some challenges. Then it cannot be SASSA that takes that responsibility. However, because of the not so good planning during the deadlines, where people were made to stand on queue in trying to do the replacement, SASSA had to come in and spend some money in making sure that our people are not exposed to what they're exposed to during that time. This is the responsibility of Post Bank, because it's only clients of Post Bank that had to replace these cards. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we move to question number 594, which has been asked by Honorable Abrahams to the Minister of Social Development. The question is whether, as a mechanism to root out fraud and corruption at the SA Social Security Agency, lifestyle audits together with an audit of remuneration outside of work have been completed with all SASSA employees. If not, why not? And by what date will the audits be initiated? If so, what are the full details of the specified audits? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. We agree that lifestyle audits are powerful tools for detecting illicit enrichment and reinforce public sector integrity. SASSA has an automated financial disclosure system, which makes it mandatory for all employees to disclose their financial interest and seek approval for any remunerative work outside SASSA, where applicable. In addition, SASSA has developed a policy on lifestyle review and audits to guide the implementation of the lifestyle audits and the audit of remuneration outside the work of SASSA. This policy has gone through the consultative processes and is anticipated to be approved by end of first quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The next phase will be training officials of the newly approved policy in preparation for the full implementation by end of 2025-2026 financial year. Once adopted, the lifestyle review and audit policy will apply to all SASSA employees without exception. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Abrahams.
Thank you, Chairperson. In light of the ongoing 260 million rand fraud case involving the 11 SASSA officials from Johannesburg, it was reported the wealth of the accused did not match their salaries, and the lifestyle, which included expensive homes and cars, where the repayment far exceeded the monthly salary. This all under the watch of SASSA leadership.
The SASSA CEO indicated that the lifestyle policy is still in development, as the minister indicated. But why the delay when a lifestyle policy already exists in the public sector? And worse, the SASSA CEO mentioned that senior SASSA officials, those at the very top, will be exempted from these lifestyle audits simply because they were already vetted by the State Security Agency. Now, anybody watching the Maglanga Commission knows how deeply compromised the SSA has become, which brings into question the quality of their vetting processes. Minister, you cannot claim to be serious about rooting out fraud when the people responsible for enforcing accountability are shielding themselves from scrutiny. And Minister, leadership is about example, not exemption. Now, I heard you say that nobody will be exempt. Does this mean the SASSA CEO in our committee meeting was incorrect, Minister, and that you will ensure that the lifestyle audit begins at the very top and starts with the SASSA CEO, the senior management team, or are we witnessing yet another situation where power protects itself?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. In risking to cast aspersion into a state institution that has a particular responsibility, I will not vouch in the role that they are playing. However, as I have articulated, the progress that SASSA is following in making sure that everyone else is being taken through a policy that is in pipeline that has been designed and is to be implemented by SASSA. We stand by that, Chair, because everybody belongs to a certain category. The CEO belongs to the category of those that are being looked closer in by State Security Agency. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Minister, for providing some clarity on that matter. Minister, beyond the internal audits, what safeguards are now live to protect beneficiaries, particularly older persons and child support recipients, from card skimming and duplicate registrations linked to staff misconduct? And by when will a biometric or two-factor re-verification cover 100% of the high-risk pay points? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Yeah, Honourable Chairperson, you committed, say, by end of financial year of 25-26, we would have concluded this process. It is a process that is new, designed by SASSA itself. This, that now we have facial recognition, whilst the biometric system is unfolding, seeks to make sure that people don't get into what they got into. About the safety of cards, the Reserve Bank took upon itself to make sure that it cleans that. This is why today we have got another black card, because the Reserve Bank picked up some glitches in the first black card. So this matter of cards and its security is a matter that is dealt with by Reserve Bank. SASSA is doing everything to make sure that biometrics and facial recognition is an order of the day, so that at the end, wherever citizen and grant recipients are, their cards will be covered, will be secured, but their grant in particular will be received by themselves and no one else. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Qabaza.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Abantu base South Africa banenkinga enkulu ngabasebenzi abakhwabanisa imali kahulumeni eyintandane bangajezi kodwa bathole izikhundla ezingcono kunalezi ade benazo. Bangakike abantu, Minister, osubabophile bagwetshwa abatholakale bedle izimali zikahulumeni, bangake futhi asebezibuyisile imali zikahulumeni. Yabo.
The Honourable Minister.
Ngiyabonga Mhlonishwa. Honourable House Chair, the Honourable Member would be aware of the fact that it's SASSA itself, through its system, that was able to pick up that some of SASSA officials are involved into these corrupt tendencies. This is not done by SASSA alone, for the fact that if they are found with their fingers on the cookie jar, It's not about SASSA to take that matter, but other state institutions like police and everyone else who have to investigate and find out whether, in fact, the allegation sticks. I wouldn't want to mislead this House here and now and thumbsuck figures. I can submit those within 7 days to this august House on how many that have been put through on the process of being charged and appear in court, and those cases that are concluded. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, corruption at SASSA is mind-boggling and threatens the very fabric of our society. Last year, 2 Stellenbosch University students revealed just now easy it is to cheat the system and access social security grants. How have you conducted any investigation and on the loopholes in the system that permit people to get grants from SASSA using fraudulent means? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. As the Honorable Member would be aware of the fact that immediately this misdemeanor was reported, we embarked on an immediate investigation to make sure that we nip this on the bud. That did not end there. We are still on the process of making sure that we look closer to our systems and identify where gaps are. Honorable Chairperson, the biometrics are going to give us a lot of positive outcomes because this system is going to prove to us that no one else except for the beneficiaries are able to get into our systems and receive our grant wrongly. We wish to us, honorable members, to be a little bit patient. Maybe when we are at the 40% of this biometrics rollout, we'll be able to say whether it is working or not. But I can assure the House that it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, in accordance with Rule 137, I have been informed that Honorable Makgabo will be the one that will be taking the first supplementary question. Question number 619 that has been asked by Honorable T.P. Munyai to the Minister of Social Development. The question is about the implementation strategy of the 90-day gender-based violence and femicide acceleration program and how our head department's resources are allocated to meet the program's demand. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The 90 days is given by the President. That responsibility is given to the IMC, which as I am part of. That IMC is still consulting to get where gaps are, because in the center of that, we seek to check whether there are laws that still have gaps like your parole, where perpetrators are given parole without a system and where the victims are not being looked after, but perpetrators are the one who gets the opportunity. Once that report is ready on what we have managed to get as the IMC and will present it to the cabinet, I will share that with this House. I won't want to mislead the House now, Chair, because that work has not been concluded yet by the relevant IMC. Of course, that I am part of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Makgabo.
Makgato.
Written Makgabo here, so maybe there is an omission. It's Makgato.
Makgato, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I will be asking this question on behalf of Munyai. Minister, what are the expected outcomes of the strategy? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The strategy here, Chair, is to look at the law that exists, whether they are able to address the issues of gender-based violence in particular and femicide. Once there are a number of laws that seeks to deal with that, however, we get to realize that there are serious gaps, and those gaps should be brought to the attention of the cabinet so that where there's a need of amendment of some laws to an extent of the constitution, we can be able to do that. Remember, perpetrators in South Africa do have the rights more than the victims themselves. which is unfair to the victims, and it's really a matter that seeks to be looked at closer, and this must be changed with immediate effect. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Abrahams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the strategy was launched in April. It's now October, 6 months, and South African women are still under siege, failing to see exactly what this program has achieved. With SAP still withholding the Q1 crime statistics, we wait to see if the onslaught against women has worsened yet again. Minister, your department has failed to employ qualified social workers to assist with preventative interventions and counseling, and GBV shelters remain unfunded, leaving victims with nowhere to turn. What do you say to those who call this yet another failed talk shop, pulling resources from the ground into boardrooms to discuss plans that never leave the boardroom? When will these plans ever start saving lives?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I've indicated already that this responsibility has been given to an IMC. This is the structure that is going to be able to table a report to the cabinet when it is ready. On the matters that talk to our department directly, yes, we accept the fact that we have not been able even to take those of social workers that have been trained by ourselves. The department is hard at work talking to National Treasurer for us to get funding to be able to absorb those social workers. Remember, they are not part of the budget for now, and this is why we are negotiating very hard with National Treasury for them to allow us to get more so that we can get those social workers. We know for a fact that the SAPS is doing a good job in that regard. However, we have this notion to say, if she gets to the police station, she's lucky. Majority of time, women don't even get to the police station. Therefore, that assistance is needed where they reside. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mtsweni.
Angithokoze sihlalo wendlu. Ngqongqoshe abantu besifazane eSouth Africa bahlukumezeka imihla ngemihla, babulawa imihla ngemihla. Ukuhlukunyezwa nokubulawa kwabo insakavukela umchilo wesidwaba, isinkwa semihla ngemihla. Ngaleso sikhathi abantu baseSouth Africa bavota ngo-1994 bevotela ukusizakala. Ngicela ukubuza ngqongqoshe, ngibuze ngalo lolu limi lwesithulo esinguni ukuthi ungqongqoshe mayibhekile uzokwazi nini ukuqasha osonhlala kahle abaqeqeshwe uye njengoba kade esho ukuze balekelele laba bantu besifazane abahlukunyezwa insuku zonke. Angithokoze sila.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister.
Angibonge umhlalo wendlu kulungu elibekekile. Sengishilo ukuthi indaba yama social workers akhona kodwa angaqeshiwe nguhulumende. Ludaba esuliphetheyo manje sesixoxa nalabo abaphethe izimali zikahulumeni ukuthi basilekelele sithole okuncane ukuze sikhona ukwazi ukubafaka ngaphakathi labantu. Siyazi ukuthi bayadingeka ngoba ukuhlukunyezwa kwamakhosikazi kudlangile. Yiko lokho nathi sesingasalele senza sure ukuthi sesikhuluma nabanye abantu abangaphandle kuhulumeni abanokwazi ukusilekelela kulidaba lokuthi siqashe ama-social worker. Ngiyabonga msihlalo wendlu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ghana.
I can sound so much to Minister, I won't ask you about gambling. So you had made a statement now that the perpetrators have got more rights than the victims. And so someone could be tempted to agree with that. So you've been working on this IMC for a while now. What are these rights that if you had the powers, like you said, they must things must change now.
What are these rights that you would introduce so that the victims of gender-based violence don't feel that they are being undermined or suppressed even further by the constitutional framework? Thanks very much.
Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, House Chair. First and foremost, House Chair, it is known that perpetrators are given sentences by courts. However, they do get paroles. And those paroles are the suspect number one, because majority of time, the victims themselves are not taken into confidence. But again, we want a situation where at least paroles must be given to people who might have committed anything else except for gender-based violence. This is why the IMC is hard at work in making sure that if there's a need of changing of laws, that should be the case. Secondly, perpetrators do get bail willy-nilly, which is unfair to victims because it means when they do get that bail, once again, the victim is exposed to other ways of being abused. We are identifying that and we want to push a situation where the allegations of gender-based violence and femicide, there shouldn't be a bail for perpetrators so that we can send a very strong message to say, until you change, you will rot in jail if you embark on gender-based violence and femicide. There are many of those, but I can make mention of those two. Perpetrators are sitting with 3 meals a day. Although victims, after having reported the case, they are nowhere to be found. So the IMC must work into a situation where they are coming out of that situation in a bad experience, there should be a way of making them not to get back there. If she can still work, there should be a situation where they are further trained and be brought into the sphere where they can be part and parcel of the economy so that they can lead and live their own lives. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the business of the day. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.